This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting on February 3rd, 2026 in Board Chambers, Tavares, Florida. Good morning.
Very bright in here. Are the lights different now? They were like the yellower ones.
Huh, I didn't notice, I'm sorry.
They must have
But I just noticed, huh, maybe.
I want to let you know something. What? Yesterday.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Lake County Board of County Commissioners meeting this February 3rd, 2026. We are going to open the meeting with an invocation, as we traditionally do, and then if you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. And today, Pastor Brooks Braswell from the First Baptist Church of Umatilla will lead us in our invocation.
Good morning. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come before you today, and it's humbling to think that before the creation of the world, you knew exactly what Lake County was going to look like. You knew all the leadership that was going to be in place. And so today, we just humble ourselves before you and ask that you'll continue to guide us and lead us and give us wisdom and discernment with all the decisions that need to be made in this wonderful county. We pray that we will continue to live by the code to love our neighbor as ourself. And most importantly, Lord, we want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to pause in the midst of a busy world as we've got schedules and appointments just to call upon you and ask for wisdom. And so we do that today. We pray a blessing over our leadership, the men and women of law enforcement, those that are fighting for our freedom right now all around the world so that we can be free. God, let us always be the land of the free and the home of the brave. Bring them home to us safely in due time. And we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Pastor.
Appreciate it.
All right, Ms. Parker, do we have any updates to our agenda?
We do. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Tab 3 was added as an addendum after the agenda was first published, and I'm requesting that that be placed under the public hearings.
All right. Okay, moving then to our citizen question and comment period. During this portion of our meeting, we can discuss items that are on today's agenda, with the exception of zoning items. And those items we will hear when we get to those zoning cases. Anyone who's joined our meeting by Zoom using their phone may press *9 to virtually raise their hands. And if you are joining us online, you will need to click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak. We have a 3-minute limit, and you will hear the buzzer go off. And we just ask at that point you wrap up whatever sentence, if possible, that you were in, so that we can keep things moving along and we can be uniform in how we do our speaker time periods. So with that, I'm going to go through the cards that we have, and then I'll check to see if we have anyone online. And this is, again, for comments that are unrelated to the zoning cases that are on our board meeting today. Okay, all right. Cindy Newton. And Cindy, it indicates you wanted to talk about the JPA workshop, I would imagine from yesterday.
Good morning. Cindy Newton, District 4. And I want to thank the Commission for hosting the countywide JPA workshop yesterday. It was refreshing and productive discussion, particularly regarding the transfer of development rights, the TDRs, which seemed to be very well received by the municipalities. It was encouraging to hear that Lake County has sufficient vacant land allocations, even at 85%, to account for landowners who don't want to develop, to accommodate projected growth through 2050. This aligns with the Strong Towns analysis from a few years ago, which estimated that existing entitlements would last 45 to 75 years with no increase in density or land use. The most encouraging part of the meeting was the broad agreement among the city officials and staff and county commissioners that the rural and transition areas must be protected from urban level density. There was strong support for preserving farms and rural lands to ensure local sustainable food sources, and instead directing that growth to the current urban areas where utilities are already available. Several cities also acknowledged that the ISBAs need to be substantially revised which is also very refreshing to hear, or to be rebuilt entirely to better support the rural protection and also the use of the TDRs. Eyes are going to be on everybody involved, each city and the county, to see if the actions support the words. And cities will even be watching other cities. So thank you for your time.
Chuck Paget?
Good morning.
Morning.
Chuck Paget. I just got two things I would like to clear up. First of all, a few years ago, we were doing the homeless shelter there at Trinity Assembly of God. And the reason we stopped doing the homeless shelter was because we was told by the county manager and the county attorney that we had to have $1 million liability insurance policy with the county's name on it, and our insurance company would not do that. They said the county should take responsibility. Last 2 weeks, I have been in phone calls at the church asking why I would not do the homeless shelter. They said it was because of my homeless shelter ministry people leaving. That's far from the truth. The reason we quit doing the homeless shelter is because we was told that we had to have $1 million liability policy put in the county there. And I felt like, as the pastor and my board felt like at Trinity Assembly of God, that, we want to help them, but it's not, the county needs to take responsibility for them being in our facilities. And when we were told that if somebody fell at the church, that we needed to take responsibility. So I just wanted to clear Trinity Assembly of God's name up in the commissioners and in the community. That's why we are not using our building as a homeless shelter right now.
And we appreciate when you were doing that. It was really helpful. I know we have, like this past weekend, we had Hope International in Groveland that had opened up. Life Point in Eustis has been regularly opened up. I'm assuming the Salvation Army probably would have.
They had called me and asked me to open up, and I told them that if Lake County would take responsibility, that we would open up. And, they said they could not.
But I think I guess I just wanted to get clarification from the county attorney. Are the other facilities doing the policy that our underwriter required, or how are we handling that?
I think that would be a question for Tommy. I don't believe we have a written agreement with the other facilities, so they were doing it without.
So I guess the choice was, either they had to assume the liability using their own policy, or else provide for that liability for us to be named as an insured.
Right, and just to clarify the liability insurance, we have facilities that we use for a variety of reasons. The reason the liability insurance is required is because Lake County has no control over the existing condition of the facility. And case in point is we had a particular facility that was being used for supervisor of elections, and an individual tripped on a step. And we were sued because we had control of the facility at that point in time, even though the step issue was an ongoing issue with that facility. It wasn't a county issue. So that's why the liability insurance is required, because we can't go in and evaluate and correct any ADA deficiencies or anything else that might exist on the facility that would be a potential hazard for somebody to get injured on.
Tommy, did you want to add more? I mean, it puts everybody in a bad spot.
Yeah. I will tell you this here. I live at 1740 Myrtle Lake Avenue, and that's the next thing I want to address. I had neck surgery in September. I couldn't drive for a month, so I walked to the church, and your sidewalks on Myrtle Lake Avenue is in worse shape than my church is. As far as a hazard for somebody to fall, there's uneven concrete there. And I would, back 2 years ago, I'm not arguing, I'm just telling you, back 2 years ago, I told them, I said, come out and inspect my facilities, because I want my facilities to be safe for my congregation and people. So that's the reason why we are not hosting it. We've gotten a bad name because they said that but that's the reason why. And I just wanted to let y'all know. I can't afford.
I wish we could figure out a way to make it work, because you all are doing good work, and you did great work when you were doing the homeless shelter during the cold weather
The lady
situation.
that's taking Mike and Linda's place, we're working with her now. that's still over in Lake County.
Yeah.
Chuck, have you looked at other insurance companies possibly?
Well, I just feel, this is me personally, Commissioner Morris, is, we need to sit down in the county, come look at my facility, take pictures. And then if somebody gets hurt because my facilities is not up to where it should be, I'll take responsibility. But, I make sure that our facilities is up to code and what they're supposed to be. And that's what they're saying. If somebody trips and fall, I could trip in your park and sue you. I could trip on that sidewalk on Myrtle Lake Avenue and sue you.
I counted 44 we had the other day that have sued us over.
But you understand what I'm saying?
So,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's all over the county, and I'm not here to argue or bring shame. That's just why we've done it.
Okay.
The second thing is I wanted to share with you is I've been calling for over 2 years. I live on 1740 Myrtle Lake Avenue, Fruitland Park. We just opened up the new elementary school, and I was on the plan there with Fruitland Park and Lake County that whenever we opened the elementary school, we was going to have more traffic on Myrtle Lake Avenue and Urick Street. We've got a subdivision on Myrtle Lake Avenue that's got probably 200 homes down there. You come out the S-curve there on 468, it is terrible. I'm surprised they have not been more accidents. I have called Mr. Holcomb numerous times in the engineering department to try to get them out there, meet with us, do a traffic survey. Fruitland Park Police Chief just met with them the other day. My question is, over on Thomas Avenue, the church is on Urick Street and Thomas. In front of the church, we've got a stoplight. We just put a four-way stop in at Martha Luther and Thomas because they're building the subdivision there with not as many houses. You go another quarter of a mile, you got a stop sign, four-way stop at Leesburg Landings, and then you go down to Griffin, you've got a four-way stop light there. Myrtle Lake Avenue and 468, all we've got is a stop sign on Urick and Myrtle Lake Avenue. It's crazy. Somebody's going to get killed out there. We're asking either make it a four-way stop or something to slow the people down. We've talked to Fruitland Park. I've called your people. They will not call me back no more. So I'm just asking if I can get help on that.
I would imagine Commissioner Morris is going to take that one
Okay.
bull by the horns and
Thank you.
Chuck, just give me a call. Just call me.
Okay.
All right. Catherine Wright?
Good morning. Sorry, it's taking me a moment. My name is Catherine Wright at 40216 Gator Lake Road, Lady Lake, Florida. I'm here to talk about the reality of Florida, sinkholes, drought, and aquifers. I just moved here 3 years ago, so I'm learning quite a bit. Indiana girl, so anyway. These sinkholes are just getting a little nutty here. One just happened yesterday. Can I use this little thing here? I've never done this before, but here we go. So they seem like they're popping up a little bit more often due to multiple reasons. This one is at Empire Church Road near Bear Lake Road in Groveland. It is 90 feet wide as of now, 200 feet long and 50 feet deep. So I'm hoping to goodness nobody was passing over that while they were driving, because this is probably would have scared me to death. Anyway, let's face it, they're triggered by human activity, pumping out a lot of water due to overdevelopment, a drought, or heavy rain, such as, the wonderful world of Brett Road. Sinkholes are costly, not just to infrastructure, but also to people. Now, drought.gov states this as of 1/27/26, that 16.2 million Florida residents are in areas of drought. In fact, the Southwest Water Management District has implemented strict watering restrictions due to low aquifer levels and drought conditions. This covers Manatee, Sarasota, Sumter, and 7 other counties. Start date is 2/8 until 7/1/26. And by St. John's site, our monthly total is less than half the monthly average. So can we please have smart development, because I like drinking water. It is so helpful to my this whole entire being. And honestly, I don't want to fall into one of those. So thank you so much for your time today. I'm sure I'll be up here again.
All right, thank you. Charles Bowen?
Ms.
Um,
Wright, Ms. Wright,
What's that?
Ms. Wright.
Oh, I just want to make sure this is not on a zoning case. Is this on a zoning case?
No, this is on the development of the 2,500 homes on Route 452.
That's a zoning case,
Okay,
yeah.
give me a holler.
Call you back up after.
Okay, David Williamson, it just says public comment. Is this regarding the zoning case?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is David Williamson. Recently, a dedicated group of local residents and myself were voted in to assume responsibility of the Pine Lakes Community Center. Since taking over, we've already begun making improvements, including new flooring, cabinets, kitchen, shelving, and appliances. Just yesterday, we received 7,000 pounds of food from Second Harvest Food Bank, which will be distributed tonight from 5 to 7 p.m., marking the first food distribution in that center in several months. I am reaching out to ask for guidance and assistance regarding available grants or programs that we may be eligible to apply for to further revitalize this community center and help it reach its full potential for the citizens it serves. Our goal is to create a thriving, dependable resource for the surrounding community, and any information or direction would be greatly appreciated. And I can get you numbers of the president, vice president, and all that. But if somebody could reach out from the county, that if there is any options, just to help out with that. Secondly, as a candidate and an active community member, I've received a significant number of calls from residents expressing frustration with their inability to be heard. Many have shared that they have emailed, called, and followed proper channels, yet continue to receive no response. One of the most common concerns raised is current meeting schedules for this board. Meetings held at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday are simply not accessible for the everyday working citizen. Most residents can't afford to take time off work and attend and voice their concerns, matters that directly affect their lives and property. These meetings should be held at a more practical time, possibly 6, 7 o'clock in the evenings, like other municipalities in this county have done, when working families, business owners, and citizens have a fair opportunity to participate. Public service should be accessible to the public. If we truly value citizens' input, our meeting time should reflect that commitment. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any guidance you guys can provide.
And if you could send me an email regarding the community center, then I can connect you with Maria. We can look at whether there are any CDBG opportunities for, I know that building needs a lot of work. So if you'll email me, then I'll connect you to her and we'll go from there.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Also, David, if you don't mind, the people that are having concerns, have them call me if they can't get through. Okay, and do you have a list of those people?
Somewhat, not, I mean, it's.
Okay, well, if you don't mind, provide that and contact information, I'll be happy to call them and ask them what the issues are.
I'll do that, I'll get an email to you.
Thank you.
And David, you know that my office hours are Tuesdays and Thursdays. Every Tuesdays and Thursdays, my personal phone number is on every card I give out, so you just give them my number as well.
Will do.
And certainly, if somebody is emailed and they're not getting a response, forward that email to us.
Okay.
I mean, it's one thing for somebody to tell you, nobody's answering me, but it's another thing for them to actually show that they didn't get a response.
Right.
So, all right, let's see, moving on then to online. Do we have anyone online? Okay. We'll move forward. Mr. Fitzgerald on the annexation report. Oh, excuse, general comments? Okay. Patty Kendrick.
Hi, yeah, I'm Patty Kendrick from 36 Lake Griffin Drive, Fruitland Park. And I just wanted to fill you in on when I was here last and I was talking about the different issues, the recycling and the quality of the lakes. So I got a lot of help from your assistant, which was great, and I got a lot of phone numbers, but I still haven't gotten any answers. As far as recycling, I went to the office and I was told, I just asked for simple statistics on how much was being recycled, and they didn't know. So I got phone numbers for the two places that our trash goes to, Lake Pansofsky and Zellwood. But I haven't had a chance to actually go there yet. But it was coincidental that today my neighborhood sent out a text, email, and they said when they picked up trash yesterday, all the trash that was in the yellow recycle bins went right in the trash truck. And I told the guy that. But he said, oh, no, that's not happening. But it did happen.
We don't have yellow.
So I'm really unclear as to what's getting recycled, how much is getting recycled. I just want to know. If it's not getting recycled, just, be honest about it. But, so, same with the water situation. I just went to the water facility, and I just wanted to know what the quality of the lakes was. I just wanted to know what it was, and no one seems to monitor that. Now, I went to the Water Expo the other day at the Munition Center, and I talked to someone there, and they said, guess what? There's a new girl in the office, and she's going to start doing that. And I'm thinking, isn't that ironic? I mean, hasn't anybody been doing that? Hasn't anybody?
I just want to point out that water sampling and testing happens all over Lake County. The Lake County Water Authority does it. They have groups, they have volunteers.
I was a
they have-
volunteer. I know. I've been here.
Right, so they're doing water sampling, and the health department as well, because they issue, if they find things in the water that they need to let people know about because of fish or, people that are eating fish out of lakes, they publish those reports as well. So that's all actually.
No, but they don't test for everything, because I talked to a guy named Ted at the expo, and he said that they don't test for lead. And the National Water Authority, and I can give you the paper that they did, said that Lake Griffin has lead, and it's also considered impaired. So I know the testing that they do down here, and I talked to Ted about it, and oh my gosh.
Take out my 20 seconds.
One more little thing, I just want to ask you, I get pretty upset about things, and I'm riding around and I'm seeing all these Dan Tetro signs, right? And I went to the zoning the other day, and I found out he's on the zoning board. And I'm like, I'm a little country girl, but I'm thinking, isn't that like giving the keys to the fox to the hen yard? Like, is that possible that a real estate agent who's selling properties everywhere is on the zoning board? I mean, am I right about that?
Okay, so you're going to answer questions. I just want to point out that on the Planning and Zoning Board, all cities, counties, oftentimes you have people that are in the real estate industry on those boards because they're very familiar with real estate law and real estate issues. They are not allowed to make decisions on something they have a listing on. They're not allowed to. So there are rules in the state of Florida about when you have to abstain from voting.
That's great to know.
So that is 100% in place. The other thing that I want to check on, I don't think we have yellow bins. We used to have yellow bins.
Well, my neighborhood still does. Yeah, the recycle guy told me they were supposed to replace them with those smaller, the brown ones or green ones.
What neighborhood is it?
Lakeside Terrace. But no one seems to concern, like, I've been there 4 years and no one's given me recycle bin at all. But regardless, whether it's the tall, skinny one or the yellow bins, which we.
Right, Commissioner Parks can speak to that, because it is a little bit complicated.
Ms. Kendrick, I'm going to give you my email address.
Okay.
You come over here and get it. I'll send you cut sheets that have factual data on
great.
recycled. We do recycle contrary to popular belief. We do recycle. It is a low percentage because a lot of stuff that people put in recycle bins is not recyclable.
I understand, right.
Actually, the counties has a higher percentage compared to other counties around us, but we'll get you the data. I have that directly from our director, from our manager as well, so I'll send that to you. This is my email address.
Right.
I'll come
Yeah.
I want to pass it.
And we talked about that when I was.
I might be able to get you some water data too, so just, well.
Yeah. But education's the key for our neighborhood and all around.
I totally agree, and I'd be happy to get that to you, and, yeah, she's right over there.
All right. Okay, moving along to Mike Fitzgerald, Planning and Zoning Director, on the annexation report.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. Good morning. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald. I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. I have an annexation report this morning. 2 properties, both located in the Claremont area. The first one is an annexation that's proposed for 11.8 acres of land located south of State Road 50, west of Ray Goodgame Parkway. The intent is to develop the property with an industrial park with a 100-foot right-of-way dedication for Hook Street. As you can see on this display, the property is currently urban low land use, 4 dwelling units per acre in the county. The municipality is proposing to annex that and create an industrial park. Second item for annexation is a proposal to annex approximately 10.4 acres of property located west of Hartle Road. The intent is to develop the property with a 25-lot residential subdivision. This property is currently urban low and regional office in Lake County, 4 dwelling units per 1 net acre. The municipality is proposing a low-density residential, which is going to be 3 dwelling units per acre.
Oh, this is one that came to us before, right? That, I felt like this came
Not
to
that I
us
recall.
before.
It looks like it.
Uh-huh. Because we were looking at the fact that it had the industrial on one side and then the low density on the other side, but it looks like what they're doing is they're annexing. So,
Yeah, they're annexing.
and they're going to a lower number.
And that city meeting will be on March 10th, if there's any comments.
I think the industry one is good. We want industry, so I support that. But this super high density thing, I would support writing a letter telling Claremont not to do that because I think it's terrible.
What's the high density one?
It's like 4 units.
No, that's, ours is 4 units to the acre already.
They're going to 3.
Yeah, the only people that might not be thrilled are be the people with the large lots on the lake. They may prefer to have a neighborhood versus industrial, but,
No, I misread this upside down, sorry.
Yeah, the allowable development program shows that we would allow 41 dwelling units. They're only proposing 25.
yeah.
And the city, obviously, they want to annex it. There's no objections, right? When is this hearing in the city, being heard in the city?
Both of these items are listed as March 10th for City Commission.
Okay. So, I mean, we've got a urban low going to industrial in the city. That makes sense. And they're going down on their numbers by annexing and going to low density in the city.
Yeah.
All right, so no letters to write. Okay, moving ahead then to the public hearings on rezonings, conditional use permits, and comprehensive plan amendments.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, once again, Mike Fitzgerald, the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. We actually have 4 items on the agenda today. We have a future land use adoption for Lake Yale, a rezoning for Lake Yale, and tab number 3 is a rezoning for the Schofield PUD. And there's an additional item not on the screen for a developer's agreement that is associated with the Lake Yale project. These items have been advertised according to Florida statute. That said, I will turn the meeting back to the chairman.
Okay, let's go through if you've got any ex parte communications on this case and the ones associated with this case. Commissioner Sabatini?
All the written record, and then I got 1 phone call on it from Carrie Baker, and that's all.
Okay. Commissioner Parks?
As the same as last time, the applicant, and then also Alan and Lewis Chin as well, on
Okay.
the opposition side.
For me, Bill Ray, Chuck Hyatt, and Cliff Whitaker.
For me, it was Bill Ray, Chuck Hyatt, Cliff Whitaker, Bruce Duncan, and then, of course, all the emails for and against.
Same as Kirby, Bruce and the applicant, and also the chins.
Okay. All right, we'll turn it back over to Mike
Thank
to
you.
present.
This is going to incorrect. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, Office of Planning and Zoning Director. First item is a Lake Yale project. As a reminder to the board, this item was brought before, this is a future land use adoption hearing. This item was brought before the board on January 6th, and it was continued to today's meeting. The request is to amend the future land use map to change the future land use category in approximately 208 acres from rural transition future land use to urban low density. This is to accommodate a mixed-use development that will include 1,000 active adult residential units, 450 single-family and multifamily units, and 50,000 square feet of commercial uses and associated residential recreational facilities. The Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of this item at their meeting. The location is north of County Road 452, south of Lake Yale. This request, if approved, is compliant with the comprehensive plan in the fact that they are proposing a traditional neighborhood development in an urban land use. The PUD is designed as a multimodal community to be highly walkable. Golf carts will be allowed on the neighborhood streets. All streets in the community will be publicly owned but maintained through either a CDD, MSTU, MSBU, CDD or MSTU or MSBU. The development does not propose industrial, manufacturing, or office. The request is consistent with an urban low-density future land use. If approved, it is located in the proximity of a collector or arterial road and will have a minimum open space of 25%. The City of Eustis has indicated that central water and sewer service is available to the subject property. School concurrency is required, and a proportionate share mitigation agreement may be required by the school board. County Fire and Rescue Station number 72 is located approximately 2 miles from the subject property. The level of service for County Road 452 has been evaluated with the traffic study. This will cause the increased traffic on 452 will cause the level of service to drop to F. There is a requirement for a developer's agreement to be submitted with this project, and we will be reviewing that shortly. This item was transmitted to the state for review. The state had no objections except for the fact that it was inconsistent with the transportation element. These are the future land use maps. Currently, it is rural transition, and the proposal, if approved, will be urban future land use. This is a conceptual plan of what it will look like. It is a traditional neighborhood with a main street and building out to an edge type of subdivision. This is an indication of what exists now and what is proposed. Under rural transition, you have options of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, 1 per 3, 1 per 1, and that all depends on the open space that is provided. The proposal is for urban low density. That is up to 4 dwelling units per acre, and the proposal is actually going to be 3.19 units per acre with 60% impervious area and 25% open space. With the board's permission, I'll move on to the rezoning application. This is the companion ordinance to the proposal. This is a request to rezone 456 acres from agriculture, rural residential, and estate residential to planned unit development. Once again, this is to accommodate 1,000 active adult residential units, 450 multifamily, single-family units, and 50,000 square feet of commercial and recreational facilities. The Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of this item. This planned unit development, if approved, is compliant as a transitional neighborhood with neighborhood core, proper, and edge design. It'll have a Main Street district and waterfront activity center and marina, active recreational facilities, multimodal streets, central utilities, trails, public parks, and civic amenities. As stated, all streets will be maintained by a CDD, MSTU, or MSBU. The rezoning request and conceptual plan, this is the aerial showing the extent of the parcels that are included. I'll get to the conceptual plan. The conceptual plan is consistent with the LDR, which states that complementary and compatible commercial uses are permitted within the PUD when they are designed in a residential community with an approved development plan. The site development standards promote functional compatibility of uses to promote safe and efficient circulation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic and provide orderly phasing of the development. The comprehensive plan requires that this be a traditional neighborhood design, which it is. It encourages mixed use, compact design, efficient use of services, and a diversification and integration of the land uses. Some of the highlights of the provisions of this ordinance: it integrates the commercial uses and the recreational opportunities, provides housing choices. It will include dark sky lighting, Florida-friendly and Florida-native landscaping, street-loaded garages that are set back from the front of the house, driveways that are a minimum of 25 feet to accommodate parking, and street trees as an amenity for the development. The property is located along County Road 452, where the future Lake Yale Loop Trail will be located. The trail location is to be determined later, but that will be kept in mind by staff if this is approved and they review the site plan and the subdivision construction plan. As stated with the schools, a proportionate share mitigation agreement will be required. Just want to show the flood map in this area. The flood, there is minimal flood, if any, for this property. It is all confined to the lake area. This is the wetland map showing that there is little to no wetland. In fact, the survey shows that there's about 1.5 acres of wetland on this property. Bear with me one second. I'm going to back up to the developer's agreement. As stated, this project is having a negative effect on the level of service for County Road 452. Therefore, the project was required to make some concessions for traffic improvements through a developer's agreement. On the screen is highlighted some of the options for the improvements that have been proposed, including a roundabout at County Road 452 and Apiary Road, a roundabout at County Road 452 and Fish Camp, the extension of turn lanes southbound 300 feet and southbound approach right turn lane 150 feet at the intersection of County Road 44 and 452, resurfacing and widening of approximately 3,800 linear feet of Apiary Road, installation of approximately 3,800 linear feet of sidewalk along one side of Apiary Road, installation of 3,800 linear feet of sidewalk along Fish Camp Road, and signalization of a T-intersection of County Road 44 and Apiary Road. These items have been moved up to coincide with Phase 1 of the development, except for the signalization of County Road 44. That proposal is at Phase 2. Regarding the roundabout at Fish Camp, there is a provision in the developer's agreement that states, in the event that county staff determines prior to commencement of construction that the design and construction of the roundabout is not feasible due to constraints of the right-of-way, that there will be an alternative considered. Sidewalk construction is the same. If there is a consideration by county staff that there is a restriction for right-of-way, then the sidewalks on Apiary Road and Fish Camp will be reevaluated. With that said, that concludes staff's portion of the presentation. I believe the applicant is here to make a presentation as well.
Madam Chairman, Before we move on, I did just now receive an email from Mark McManus, which is our military representative to the Planning and Zoning Board. He was not able to be here today, so if you will indulge me, I'm going to read his comments into the record for your information. He says, as this development is outside the Pine Castle Range airspace, the Navy has no objections. However, we do have a comment. Due to the location, the future homeowners should hear and potentially feel the concussion of live ordnance from the Pine Castle Range impact area. The PUD is just under 15 miles from the impact area, and the noise and vibrations may travel as far as 20 miles. There was a ruling by the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Florida that we feel applies to this development. Per the Virgilio versus Ryland Homes decision in 2010, when a seller of a home knows the facts materially affecting the value of the property, which are not readily observable and are not known to the buyer, the seller is under a duty to disclose them to the buyer. The Virgilio ruling specifically references Pine Castle Range and the potential for unexploded ordnance, chemical residues, and other potential hazards resulting from the bombing at Pine Castle. A potential homeowner can use Google Earth to see that there is an airport, racetrack, or stadium near their future home. A homeowner would not likely see the Pine Castle impact area on Google Earth and conclude it's a live ordnance impact area. As a person who is responsible for dealing with noise complaints regarding Pine Castle operations, all we ask is that the applicant developer acknowledge a duty to disclose the Pine Castle Range per the Virgilio ruling to buyers. So I just wanted to put that, if this does get approved today, I would request that we add that to the ordinance, that they do have to disclose that information.
Commissioner Parks?
Just want to confirm something. I think it was asked the last time, and I know you said it, but just to be clear, when you sent the future land use map amendment to the state, the letter came back on October 17th, 2024, and they referenced it as an internal consistency. That's the transportation that you're mentioning, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then the developers agreement is proposed to sort of remedy that, right, to make it consistent?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and on the record, so thank you.
I had a question too. You mentioned the language regarding Fish Camp Road as well as the roundabout. So when you talk about revisiting, like for example with the Fish Camp sidewalk, because that was something that was very important to me to make sure that there would be a sidewalk on Fish Camp available. If there's not sufficient right-of-way, I just want to make sure that the language would provide that at such time as if the county's able to acquire the right-of-way, that the sidewalk would be constructed by the developer.
I'll go ahead and read exactly what's in the developer's agreement. It says sidewalk construction preconditions in the event that county staff determines prior to commencement of construction of Phase 1 of developer's project that the Apiary Road sidewalk and/or Fish Camp Road sidewalk cannot be constructed due to the existing public right-of-way not being of necessary width, then the developer's obligation to construct such improvements shall be deferred to commencement of the next phase of developer's project that follows county's acquisition of the necessary public right-of-way.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we're done with your presentation.
Staff has concluded its portion, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. We will hear now from the applicant.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commission members. My name is Jonathan Hewells with the Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, 32801. We appreciate the opportunity to appear back before you on this project. In attendance along with me is the remaining members of our project team, which include Bill Ray, who is our project planner, Chuck Hyatt with Health Engineering, who's the project engineer, Ayman Asahidi, who's our transportation engineer, and many members of the Whitaker family. I have a brief presentation just to provide some updates on what we've been doing since we last appeared before you, and I'll try to get through that as quickly as possible. Just as a reminder, the overall project is 456 acres in size. It's not located within Emeralda Marsh Rural Protection Area or any other protection areas. It is located within the county's Economic Development Overlay District that's been adopted in its comp plan. That overlay district was created to attract targeted industries to locate, invest, and develop their facilities in the county. Now, obviously, this project would not meet that standard, but I think it's important to note that that overlay includes the entirety of the project, both what's in urban low future land use today and what's being proposed to be brought into urban low future land use. The proposal is to unify that future land use designation and then allow for this mixed-use traditional neighborhood design project to be developed under PUD zoning. So since we last appeared before you, we've had an opportunity to consider the feedback that was shared both from the dais and during public comment, and we were able to evaluate and implement several changes that Mr. Fitzgerald already highlighted, but I'll just walk through once again. First and foremost, we have reduced the number of residences in the project from which was originally proposed of 1,600 down to 1,450. And we've also expanded and accelerated the transportation improvements that are being proposed prior to the first phase of the project, prior to the first resident moving into a home. That would include both the construction of the roundabouts on County Road 452 at the intersection of Apiary Road and at Fish Camp Road, and also, as was mentioned, the construction of new improvements, the sidewalks along both Fish Camp Road and Apiary Road that would start at those roundabouts, which are at the southern boundary of the property, and extend all the way down one side of those roads down to County Road 44. And the idea being is really to connect this community with the remainder of the area and provide options for folks to walk into the community. The project remains a mixed-use master plan community. It remains 8 phases. It includes the 3 neighborhood districts that are required by the comp plan, and those are outlined here on the map, with neighborhood edge being represented by the yellow color that is around the periphery of the project, neighborhood transition, which is shown in brown, which is internal, and then as you work your way towards the core, you have the neighborhood core district shown in light pink. And of course, the project being mixed use still contains the commercial component shown in red, both in the Main Street core, which is shown as Phase 4B, and along the lakefront district, which is Phase 4A. And that's where the idea being of where the experiential dining and retail experiences will be available for the community and the surrounding area. In terms of where the reduction of the residents taking place, there was a concerted effort to concentrate those reductions into the later phases of the project. Principally, those would be phases 5, phases 6, and phases 8. And why that was chosen is important because those phases are outlined here on this map, and those are the corresponding areas of the areas of the overall property that are subject of the comprehensive plan amendment. And what that does is it reduces the density in that area, both phases 5, 6, 7, and 8, to less than 2.5 dwelling units an acre. It's about 2.45 dwelling units an acre. And the thought process behind that is that these areas would be a step down in density of development and act as a transition between the edge of this project and the remaining rural transition future land use that will be adjacent to it. As was mentioned, some of the modifications was an acceleration of some of the off-site infrastructure improvements that will be made by the developer of this project. We really believe it embraces the infrastructure first, development later mantra. And I'll quickly just run through all of those on this map. And it really starts with the construction of over 3 miles of a central sewer utility line from its current stub out, which is actually off this page. The scaling of the map gets a little wonky when you try to show just how long that extension is. But it's over 3 miles. It's at a considerable cost. And we believe it's a real game changer that this community will be serviced both by central utilities, potable water and sewer. From its stub out that's shown there, It also will have miles of additional sewer improvements internal to the community once all of the homes and buildings are hooked up to that central water. And we believe there's an opportunity to also oversize that central sewer to provide potential for other areas of this county, this part of the county, to hook up to it. From there, you can move up to the intersection of County Road 452 and County Road 44, where there are turn lane improvements that will be made, and those will be completed prior to the first phase of the development. The roundabouts, both at Fish Camp Road in 452 and Apiary Road at 452, will both be completed prior to the first phase of the development. The sidewalks along Fish Camp Road and Apiary Road along one side will be completed prior to the first phase of development. And the widening and resurfacing of Apiary Road off-site of this project, the section from 452 to 44 will be completed prior to the first phase of development. And then finally, the signalization of County Road 44 and Apiary Road will be done after the second phase of the development. So after the second phase of development, all of these improvements will be made. It was purposefully front-loaded based on discussion with staff, feedback from you. We believe this is a new way to do it in the county, in that you put the infrastructure in first and then the development later. It's more in line with what used to be back when the DRI laws were different, of how DRI developments would be done, where there was certainty provided at the stage we're at in the development process that improvements were going to be made, and we weren't going to kick the can down the road to deal with it at a later stage. When you go and tabulate all of these, or attempt to tabulate all of these improvements on one page, it becomes difficult. The font gets so small it's hard to read. But this table attempts to do that, and it also, so there's 3 columns: the improvement, the completion threshold, which is what we just discussed, and then the total estimated cost. Those are all set forth on this table. This table also includes what shouldn't be overlooked, but is a significant investment, is that all of the existing public roads that are within the community, and these would be Fish Camp, the portions of Fish Camp, Lake Yale Circle, and Apiary Road, will be completely reconstructed. Most, if not all of those, are substandard today. They're not built to the county standards. They'll be reconstructed and brought up to the county's current standards as part of this project. That's at a considerable cost to the developer. And in addition to that, there will be right-of-way dedications that will be made, both to allow for those improvements to take place, because many of those right-of-ways today are not of enough sufficient width to allow for that reconstruction to occur, but also to allow for these roundabouts to be constructed. And there will be additional dedications made along the County Road 452 frontage to allow for future improvement of those areas. Some of the feedback and comments we heard at the last meeting dealt with the transportation impact analysis that had been prepared for this project, and it was prepared to support the development agreement that's now been born with all of those transportation improvements. We wanted to just clarify and put on the record a couple of different things. The TIA is how I'll refer to it, was prepared in accordance with the methodology approved by the county. So before the TIA was commenced, there's a methodology that is reviewed and approved of how that's going to be prepared. It was also prepared in accordance with the Lake County TIA guidelines and the Lake Center MPO protocols. And it utilized the most recent available data that was available at the time of the study's preparation. This included the 2023 Lake County CMP database and the 2024 Lake County Annual Counts database. The TIA utilized annual growth rates for road segments solely based on historic traffic counts, not population growth, consistent with approved methodology and accepted industry standards. And it applied a minimum annual growth rate of 2%. This is a conservative approach, so if there were road segments that either had a negative growth rate, which there were, or a growth rate that was less than 2%, then those growth rates were utilized, those road segments were were plugged into the model at 2%. And that's to really overestimate the amount of traffic that will be out there in the future as the study looks forward. One other important note is that it utilized the original proposed development program. It doesn't reflect the reduction in residences that have been made since it's been prepared. And of course, it's been reviewed and accepted by county staff to confirm it was prepared in accordance with that methodology that was approved on the front end. There have been a couple of mischaracterizations of that TIA that's been commented on. One assertion was that all Lake County roads evaluated have a current level of service rating of D today. That's not accurate. The level of service D that's reflected in the TIA in certain tables is the level of service standard adopted by the county. It's important to note that a level of service standard is reflected through either an A through F rating. It includes E, but it's not to be thought of the same way as a grade on a report card that's issued when you're in school. Level of service D is still considered to be a safe and efficient standard, and that's the one the county has decided to apply to measure when roads are operating on a safe and efficient manner. Beyond that, it's considered not to be. The TIA does include tables that present the existing level of service for all Stody Road segments, which show that only one segment of County Road 444, and this is the segment between County Road 473 and Apiary Road, is currently operating below that level of standard D. And all remaining segments that were evaluated are actually exceeding this standard. Another assertion that's been made is that we should expect Goose Prairie Road to be utilized as a shortcut and inundated during rush hours. The reality is that the TIA, in fact, included an evaluation of Goose Prairie Road in its scope and showed that project traffic is expected to use it during the day and the PM rush hour. And Table 8 on page 30 shows that Goose Prairie Road is expected to operate at a level of service C, so above the county standard, at full project build-out in the year 2037 with about 50% of available road capacity. One other item to update is that we presented a map similar to this one at the January public hearing. Since that time, there have been additional letters of support or no objection that have been submitted. The project is outlined in blue in this map before you. And now, in total, there's been 19 property owners that own 32 tax parcels that have submitted letters of support or no objection to the project. Many of these, as you can see, are immediately adjacent to the project's boundary or in the immediate vicinity. This, we believe, shows that there's community buy-in, at least locally, to the project. We believe this shows that they can see that it's the unified design is a benefit and it provides certainty of how the area would be developed in the future. And this shows that there's been a good deal of community outreach and communication throughout this process. So some of the benefits that this project provides is that it is master planned and it is designed consistent with the applicable comprehensive plan policies and land development regulations. It's a unified phase project serviced by the master infrastructure system, both central sewer and water and a master stormwater system. It avoids a piecemeal approach to future development of the tax parcels that make up the property assemblage. The reduction that have been made in residences results in a step down in density adjacent, a step down in density in the later phases of the project adjacent to rural transition areas. By accelerating the off-site infrastructure improvements that's now occurred since the last meeting, we really believe it follows the infrastructure now, development later mantra, with the developer funding central utilities being completed before the first phase and multiple other off-site transportation improvements. We believe that developer funding of the reconstruction of portions of the existing public roads shouldn't be overlooked, and that's at a significant cost. These new internal road network is to be maintained through, as Mr. Fitzgerald mentioned, private funding, either through an MSBU, CDD, or MSTU, and so the county won't be responsible for its maintenance and repair. The significant right-of-way dedications are going to be made at no cost to the county, and there's going to be substantial, in addition to these substantial public infrastructure improvements, there will be substantial impact fees also paid by the developer. The development will also result in a substantial increase in the ad valorem tax revenues that are currently being generated by the property. And when you couple this with the traditional neighborhood design, it really results in an efficient delivery of government services. As was just shown on the map, there's been significant neighborhood support from the people that are most adjacent, most potentially impacted by what's being proposed. And throughout its inception, when the Whitaker family first got together with Chuck Hyatt and Bill Ray, it's been an owner-driven process. And we talked a little bit about this at the last meeting, but that was intentional. From inception to where we are today, the family has led the effort. And they did not want to bring along a partner, a developer that was going to potentially change what they wanted to see this community look like. It's very much viewed as a legacy project for them. They've invested a lot of time, effort, and money to get to this point. And so we would just ask that you support this request, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have a question about a map that we were provided that dated back to the 1991 comp plan adoption, the original Lake County future land use map. Do you have a copy of that? Can you talk about that?
Sure. Let me grab it. It's not right here at the podium, but I do have it.
Okay.
There's two. Let's see. Let me know when that appears overhead. Well, maybe perhaps I can turn it.
You.
Start with the black and white. And what year is this one? So what's before you today is the 1991 future land use map. And this map shows what this area of Grand Island was originally designated. It was both urban and urban expansion. And at that time, there was much greater densities that were permitted to be developed on these properties. And the majority of the project was already owned by the family at that time. And certainly, it was the same. And, sorry, for reference, here. It was, even in a later version of that map, before the rewrite of the comp plan in 2011, it had much greater densities that were permitted today than what rural transition would, up to 3 dwelling units an acre. And I'm going to bring Bill Ray up here to speak to this too as our project planner.
Just sorry to interrupt, Chair, but to be clear for everybody, I'd be very detailed, like point to the colors and what these maps mean, just so that we're all
Sure. Let me
both maps.
reverse back. Bill, you want to speak to this one first? Provide more highlight.
Yes, name is Bill Ray, project planner for the record, address 2712 Southeast 29th Street, Ocala, Florida. Most of you all know me and my history in working in Lake County. 2019, that was originally done. when that made.
1991.
1991. Dyslexia is a fun thing to do. This area was envisioned to be developed at a higher density. It was developed to assume with the low density in here, we were assuming up to a 3 unit per acre density. And then we also had the other areas that we were in that were looking into urban expansion, which was up to 5 units per acre. And then it was a higher envisioned density for this whole area of the county. It was that Grand Island was going to become a community, and it was planning forward. It was not trying to represent what was exactly out there today. And then moving forward, we have the 2007, 2009 future land use map that came forward. This is the area we're looking at. What has become rural transition earlier was it was suburban, which was up to 3 dwelling units per acre with open space and design requirement. That comp plan that occurred prior to the 2011 comp plan. The 2011 comp plan took those property rights away from the landowners and dropped it into the new creation of the rural transition future land use, which dropped it down to 1-to-1 or the 1-to-3 or the 1-to-5. But the landowners in this case had already owned the property, had already bought the property, and then the comp plan of 2011 changed that. It was also inconsistent with some of the adjacent uses that are further to the west that we see of the existing rural transition that are currently mapped rural, but there is inconsistency in the future land use mapping because those properties are already developed at densities exceeding 3 units per acre, but they have a future land use of rural, 1 per 5. So there are internal inconsistencies in the future land use mapping. So when we come forward to correct those with the proper use of requesting the urban low to expand, it's not that we're trying to generate new, it's to recapture what the development rights were originally lost and originally envisioned for this area of the county.
Do you have an exhibit that shows those densities to the west and around the property? I thought I saw something like that. You gotta flip it. Right, so the stuff to the west, the development to the west that's been there.
Development to the west is Lake Yale Estates. It's got a density of approximately 4 units per acre. Further to the west, we have the Palms, which has a density of approximately 6.34 units per acre. Then across the road on the other side, we have Quail Ridge, which has a lower, more suburban density of 2.3 units per acre, but that's on septic tanks as well. That was one of the driving things. The other two dense developments that are actually adjacent to the rural transition are served by package plants.
And what's the density of that one?
Those are the two that are of a density of 4 units per acre and approximately 6.34 units per acre.
So, yeah, I mean, this is helpful because when we look at a map and all we see are the colors and we see rural, that's
Correct.
designated on our future land use map as rural, but the actual development pattern is consistent with urban. It's 4 units to the acre, it's urban
That's
low.
correct.
Okay.
And Sean, that was the Commissioner Parks, that was the, we're going back when this map was made and you were originally involved with it. And there was, those topics, you had raised them before, but you were overridden on the board that was preparing the maps. The intent was to show and reflect those. Quite frankly, it didn't make a pretty map if you showed these underlying inconsistencies.
No, it was a huge debate at the time because what they were doing is they were basically like turning a blind eye to what was actually in existence, and so they didn't incorporate that into the map that was being adopted.
That is correct.
And so then it leaves you with, you're just looking at a future land use map, but you don't actually get to see what the real development pattern is. So it creates, we've got a rural transition area that actually is a transition area, between two urban lows,
Correct.
which doesn't really make a lot of sense that you
No,
would.
it does not. And
Okay.
one other point to raise that was going back to the original presentation, but it is one of much topic. The Whitakers wanted to make sure from the conception of this project that in regards to open space, in regards to future phases, specifically included in the PUD is that an agriculture is an allowed use within all phases of the PUD. It is envisioned that an agricultural component be associated with the open space, of which is 113 acres. And so it is not an intention to turn a blind eye to the past or the heritage of Lake County. But when we see moving forward, you'll see, neighborhood agriculture, you'll see community gardens, you'll see walkable, activity associated with these. It is not the intent to abandon that at all and specifically included in the PUD.
Okay. Any other questions? I wanted to see if, under your presentation, if Mr. Whitaker was willing to talk to kind of the situation of what just happened over the weekend and a little history about the family's use of the property and how long they've been on the property.
I'm sure, Cliff is willing to address it and realize this is the second go-around for this family when we realize the unprecedented climate change that has affected their livelihood, the freezes that first went through this in 83, 85, 89. And then they are one of the remaining families that has struggled and continued to hang on, tried innovative techniques. And once again, you're not winning an element against Mother Nature.
Well, we had some information that was submitted, it might have been by the Chens, but it talked about this not being legacy property. And I just, from an agricultural standpoint and a family ownership standpoint, and I felt like that needed to be addressed by the actual family, because I think that was a very unfair statement to put out into the public. You've got cards. You got cards. I just wanted you've got cards, so you get a chance, and it's in the record. So that my point was just that I thought it was if Cliff is able to do it, Mrs. Chen, it's inappropriate. You've got your time, and your statements are already in the record, and that's what I wanted to address was the family ownership, how long it's been the family, how the families use the property, and then give us some context about where they are now and what they're up against.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm not a public speaker, and I just want to take this opportunity to say that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. He was born of a virgin. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified by evil men for sins that I committed, and he arose 3 days later and now sits at the right hand of God. To speak to my family, this weekend has been something that I hadn't felt in a long, long time. I started working with my family after I graduated University of Florida with an accounting degree, and I thought I was going to handle the business, but I graduated in 1985, which is the second and most devastating freeze of the 80s, along with 83 and also 89. We lost everything, and I now am revisiting those feelings. This past weekend has been devastating. I've lost my entire citrus crop. I've lost my entire blueberry crop, and this is my father behind me, and he was always there with me from the very beginning. So the first 20 years of my actual career, I spent planting orange trees and putting in irrigation systems, hard manual labor to replant what the prior two generations had accumulated and given me the opportunity to do. Believe me, I am blessed. Everything I am and everything that my family has is a blessing from God, and I give him the glory in good times and bad. And my family's never given up. We are virtually one of the last men standing out there, the last family standing. This property would have been developed a long time ago if I had not taken the risk to go into the blueberry business. The blueberry business allowed me to subsidize my citrus business and stay in farming as long as we have. If I was still just solely in the citrus business, we'd have broken this up and had to sell it for whatever we could have got for it to pay our bills. And now we're back at that same juncture, again, starting from scratch, starting with a loss of capital that's really going to cause me to walk away from my citrus business entirely. The citrus business is experiencing, there's only 5% of the growers left in the state. And this year, I don't know why, but the citrus prices have collapsed. What we were getting $20 a box for last year, we're now getting $5 to $7 a box for. And that is $5 to $7 a box less than my growing cost. There will be niches in agriculture that will survive, but due to federal law and trade agreements, I cannot compete with third world countries. We have stuck around as long as we possibly can and been good stewards of the land and never saw this coming. This is not something that I want to do. I want to stay in farming. But economically, until the economics change, we cannot stay in farming. I'll answer any questions.
Cliff, as far as this weekend and what the freeze did, how did it affect your blueberries?
My entire blueberry crop is gone. My consultant is here in the room, and he can attest to that, the best consultant in the blueberry business. And God has put these people in my life, the Hills and the Atwoods. These are people that I did not have to seek out. God put them in my life and gave me the opportunity. And I am so thankful for that opportunity because it allowed us to farm another 10 years. But after this weekend, everything, my life has changed. My family's life has changed. My employees, and that's the thing that concerns me the most, is my employees. They have been with me through thick and thin. I've been with them side by side for, my whole career. Nobody's ever left me because they know the kind of boss I am. And if you want to see me 7 days a week, you know where to find me on my farm. This is not a hobby. This is not something that I take lightly. I put my whole heart and soul into this and my family for 3 generations, and I'm the third, but I can't get a fourth. None of my family wants to take the risk and go through what I go through, the family has gone through, to farm another generation. And I personally, I don't want them to, because my quality of life, I'm not complaining about. I love what I do. I absolutely love what I do. But I wouldn't want someone else to do what I do that doesn't have the passion for it that I do. And what my father had and my grandfather May had before him. And we started in Grand Island with 5 acres on the corner of Apiary and 452 when Apiary was a dirt road, and none of these people were out there. And, I didn't shut the door. I was welcome. I wanted neighbors, And so we started with 5 acres back in 1960 was the first piece of property. And by the grace of God, we were able to accumulate more property, everything that we made. And if we sold something off the farm, we bought something adjacent to our farm. And that's been the case since I've been in the business.
Well, I appreciate you. I know it's not easy and it's a difficult time to talk about it. I just felt like it was something that was important to, for everyone to hear, for us to hear, for the public to hear, to your Lake County neighbors to hear.
My family's been very blessed, Leslie, and in good times and bad, I give God the glory.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Any other questions? No?
Thank you.
All right. All right. For the applicant, any other presentation before we move then to public comment? All right. Let's see. Dawn Luciano and then Patty Kendrick.
Chair, as they're coming up, I'm going to step out for a minute. I can hear you, though, so I will be listening. I'll just be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom. Don't want you to think.
My name's Dawn Luciano, 37119 Sandy Lane, Grand Island. I was here last month, and just to follow up with more, and listening to the planners, developers, and whatnot, I just want to say that their TIA is extremely not based in reality. There's talking from 2023, 2024, plus a 2%. Just in the last year alone, with bridges out and bridges out, now there's another sinkhole, and with all the development of 44 down in Leesburg, everybody's using 452, 24/7. It's much harder to get out of our development now at Sandy Lane, especially if you want to make a left. Seriously, you should ask for your money back on that TIA because it's based on, the methodology alone is flawed because it doesn't take into consideration current events. It's based in fantasy, not reality. Regardless of that, the other question I have is, I'm not sure I got your names down, but I think it was Jonathan Halls or something to that effect, stated that on apiary, they're going to be doing 3,800 feet and all, but he did not mention one word about how they expect to make the width wider. Length is one thing, width is another. On apiary, right at 44, our development at Wedgewood has a detention pond. How is it going to be affected? What happens if in the construction of whatever they're doing there makes the detention pond a failure? Who is going to pay for that repair? Also, with the so-called planning, I don't know if common sense, everything seems to be on what you propose and hope for, but you already said in phase 2, the light for 44 will go up at apiary and 44. At that point on 44, the speed limit is 50. Yet, you're going to put roundabouts on 452 where the speed limit's 55. I'd like to know how somebody from this PUD is able to cross 452 when there's only a roundabout there. Oh, I know the speed limit of roundabouts are 25, but that doesn't mean, people even know if there's a high fog day or a 4-inch in an hour rain, you're not going to be able to see. Mostly, I want to know as well is when whatever is developed on 452, traffic will be diverted down Sandy Lane. Our water is in PVC pipes under our streets. I'd also like to know if there's damage, leak, whatever, who is going to pay for that due to the increased weight and volume of traffic that our streets are not made for.
All right, thank you. And Patty Kendrick. And then Charles Bowen.
Hi. I really appreciate you bringing up the family. I think that was a good input. But I'm a little confused about the timeline because, I've only known about this case a couple months, but the developers, I thought this had been a plan from the family from a long, long time. Is that right? I thought I heard them say that the Whitakers had envisioned this for a long, long time. This was their legacy, that they wanted to develop this in this way. But now I hear today that they've been farming it up until this weekend when it's been freezing, and now they're not going to be able to farm anymore. So I'm a little confused about that. But I can relate because I was born and raised on a farm, a 500-acre farm, and my grandfather, that was his life. And then when he died, of course, he was rolling over in the grave, but his kids didn't want the farm. So it was 500 acres, and it was a working farm. So they sold it to a developer, and they sold it in 5 to 10 acre lots. And all the land that was farmed turned into trees. And I'm so happy. Everybody's happy because the kids got their money. The developer developed it. He got money. And everybody that lives there, the trees that used to be on the land that used to be farmed, they're up. They're 50 years old now. So it's brought back to, everything's really worked out well. So the other thing I wanted to say is we're here. I thought the government was for the people, And, you know, I've been to your last meetings, the town hall meetings and everything, and I got a copy of the comp plan and all that. And it seems overwhelming that people don't, when the one word that describes Lake County today is congestion, a wasteful, uncontrolled growth. The survey, the overall key themes, they want natural beauty, preservation, better roads, protect water quality. I just feel like the developers don't really care. They can say that same speech in any county, any area in the whole, everywhere. They're gonna say the same thing, that this is beautiful. They could sell a three-legged horse to me, you know? That's the way they talk. They're trying to sell their you know, product. And I just think it's a bad idea for that area. It's rural, it's on a lake, it's next to a marsh. I really think 1,500 more houses with everything that entails, you know, that's my story.
Ms. Kendrick, do you live near 452?
I don't. I live in Fruitland Park.
Oh, you do?
But I drive through there.
How many years have you lived here?
In Florida or in?
No, in Fruitland Park in Lake County.
Going on 4 years.
Okay.
It'll be 4 years in May. Previous to that, I lived in Citrus County.
Okay, thank you.
Charles Bowen, and then Ryan Atwood.
Good morning. How are we all doing today? I've heard all about kinds of developments and doing this and doing that and putting up this and putting up that. I live on 452, about 150 feet from the road, for 14 and a half years, and it's the Daytona Speedway between 5 a.m. and 7:30, and the opposite in the afternoon. Putting it to 4 lanes isn't going to do a heck of a lot of good. They're going to do 70 miles an hour once they go by Palm Shores, and they're going to go. But everything in the development I have heard, nobody has discussed the most important thing. What's down there? It's called water. This development will use almost 1 million gallons of water a day. Florida uses 7 billion gallons of water a day. 300,000 people move into Florida every year. They don't care. The water, I mean, the roads aren't going to make a heck of a lot of difference because you're not going to have any water. One of the springs, Blue Springs, or Silver Springs, used to have an output of 500 million gallons of water a day. It's down to 200 million, a 60% drop. A 2018 study revealed a 32% drop in the spring flow between 1950 and 2010. It isn't going to make any difference if you put a road up because you're not going to have any water underneath the ground because the aquifer is going down, and the divers can now go into the caves and take off their masks because there's no water there. I think people should be more concerned about what's down here than traffic circles. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Atwood, and then Scott Randall.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Atwood, 1701 Heim Road, Mount Dora, Florida. Just want to start by thanking you all for your service to our county. I think you all know me. I'm a local blueberry and strawberry grower. Here to speak in favor of this project. You know, as a farmer, it's a tough lifestyle, as you heard from Cliff's testimony. Obviously had a tough weekend this weekend, and maybe Michael will talk a little bit about that from our standpoint. But, you know, as someone who lives in the community, I just want to see us do the best job we can in developing our community and having nice projects. And I think this project they've put together is well thought out, and they've put a lot of time and resources into it. You know, I think sometimes we get in this, we're in the urban-rural interface, and nobody wants growth, right? But we're becoming a community for Orlando. That's just where we're at, and we're going to have to deal with that because change is like the only constant that we have. And, you know, I look a lot on social media about these folks in our community that just, not in our backyard. They want, us to farm until we're dead, and after we're dead, they want us to continue to farm, but that's just not reality. And our assets are our land, that's our business. So it'd be like me telling you, you can't sell your law practice, or you can't sell your other type of business. At some point, you gotta be able to retire, you gotta be able to move on with your life. Cliff's 64 years old, this is his family's retirement, and they don't have someone to continue with the legacy. So to them, people ask me, what can you do for us after this freeze? I would say you could vote for this project. That'll help at least one farmer in our community out. And the rest of us will continue on and do the best that we can. But that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Mr. Randall, and then Mr. Williamson.
Name's Scott Randall, fourth generation farmer, beekeeper to be specific here in Lake County. My family's been tied to all these farms most of their lives for 4 generations. And this is a bad year. We have bad years in farming. It happens, Citrus shouldn't be planted this far up. We've seen the freezes in the 80s, the 90s, 1880s. They freeze out all the time. So using that as an excuse for this is kind of, bad year. If we didn't have the freezes, we'd still be pushing the same issue, But the main thing, what are we going to do about the land right next to this property that's proposed? Are we going to annex, allow them to change the urban low too? He shows 30 plus, homeowners or landowners. What he's not showing you is 3 of those are all owned by the same person. So now your 30 is now less than that. How many of these properties are, after this is done, are going to be wanting to do the same thing? Are we going to let them do the same thing? Are we going to let them change from rural transition to urban low because they've changed to urban low? They've already dropped the houses on the plans down some. Why can't we just follow what is designed for? You can design around the transition zone. You can drop the houses down. If you want to sell and get out of farming, you can get out of farming. That's fine. That's, I'm sorry that you had a freeze. And
Please address the council, not the audience.
I'm addressing everyone.
He could speak rhetorically. It's fine. People
Yeah.
do it all the time.
If you want out of farming, you can get out of farming. I'll farm until I'm dead. And you know what? If no one wants to take it over after I'm done, that's fine. But I'm a farmer. I've been farming. My family's been farming 4 generations here, and 4 generations in Indiana where we still have 500-600 acres. It's farming. It's hard, but that's no excuse to get out and then try to pack as many houses as possible on your land. If you want out, sell it. Put the houses that are allowed. It's zoned for a certain reason. When you bought agricultural land, it was agriculture or rural transition. You know what you have, I wouldn't be trying to turn a farm into a city. That's just how it is, And if you want out, it's fine. Get out, But that's pretty much all I got to say. And the developments, you guys are showing 4 houses per acre, that whole spiel. Those are mobile home parks, all of them. You guys are pointing out mobile home parks that you guys approved back in the day. That was a big discussion topic, 4 per acre, this and that. Most of those are mobile home parks, and you guys approved them back in the day. So trying to justify those that you had a big discussion with back in the day for this development is totally different, is it not? It was a big controversy then. It's still a controversy. It's still the same problem, But that's about all I got to say. Appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Williamson, and then Justin Sayer.
Good morning again, Commissioners. My name's David Williamson, and I am a candidate for Lake County Commissioner, District 4, this year, 2026. Just 1 month ago, we were here discussing this very same agenda item. At that meeting, 15 to 20 citizens came out to speak in opposition to this development, with only a couple speaking in favor of it. When no clear decision could be made, the applicant, not a commissioner, requested that this item be tabled after realizing a 2-2 vote was going to leave them at a loss. During that meeting, our very own chairwoman referred to the citizens who spoke in opposition as possibly engaging or acting as mob rule. I want to clear something up about that. The definition of mob rule is control of political situation by those outside the lawful practice. often involving violence or intimidation. None of that occurred here. Not one speaker acted violently or attempted intimidation. Let me offer a more accurate definition of what we saw that day. Concerned citizens, people who take an active interest in their community, who show up, who speak respectfully, who advocate for what they believe is right, and who care about the public welfare beyond their own private lives. That is not mob rule. That is a civic engagement by the concerned citizens of this county. While we're on definitions, how about one more? Authoritarianism or tyranny, the exercise of power without constraint, often violating human rights or freedoms. When I delivered my 3-minute speech last month, a crowd or the citizens present clapped, applauded because they heard from a concerned citizen that had beliefs and views as their own, only to be told by you, Ms. Chair, that there was no clapping in these meetings. But yet 2 weeks later, there was an abundance of clapping for Employee of the Quarter. And just weeks before that, clapping for the end of the year celebration at the last meeting of the year. Is it simply because your campaign opponent outplayed you and you were envy over the celebration? I'll leave that for you to think about. So here we are again 1 month later, voicing the same concerns that continue to go unheard. Unfortunately, in this county, if you are not a large developer, a major campaign donor, or someone with political pull, your phone calls go unanswered, your emails are ignored, and your voice is minimized. Time and time again, this board has clearly stated its position and opposition of rezoning across Lake County. My question is simple. What makes this property any different? Friendship, campaign donation, deals behind closed doors upstairs right here in this very building? Why is this one being pushed so hard? The citizens deserve an answer, and more importantly, they deserve to be heard. And with my little bit of time left, to kind of piggyback off what Scott Randall said, you know, if this development was going for, I believe it's already zoned for 1,200 homes, we wouldn't even be here today. Nobody'd have an opposition. You wouldn't be able to because it's already zoned for that. They've already dropped 150 from the last meeting. Why not drop it down to the 1,200, and then nobody can argue?
All right, Mr. Sayre, and then Joe Famazi.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, everybody. My name is Justin Sayre, and I come before you today to express my support for this zoning change. Before I get into the details of why I support this change, I'd like to provide you with a little background of myself. I've lived in Grand Island area for most of my life. My parents live just past Wedgwood and have since 1995. My last house was off of Apiary, and we moved to our new home in July of last year. Our new home sits directly next to one of the proposed phases. To say we weren't bummed when the zoning posters went up would be an understatement. I grew up playing in those exact orange groves, riding four-wheelers down the dirt road, and playing in the clay pits. To me, this is home. For many, it's hard to understand that growth is inevitable, especially when you have 4 major metropolitan areas within a 2-hour drive and 2 oceans. I understand that traffic is one of the biggest concerns for all of the residents in Lake County, and I would agree with them. We need to make adjustments to our current traffic and road situations. We also need adjustments to the roadways before construction projects are started. This project is offering that, not only for County Road 452 in Fish Camp, but for County Road 44 in Apiary as well. If you live off either of these roads, then you already know that traffic is an issue and has been for years. Now we have to ask ourselves about the growth and what best suits the community. How it's currently zoned or how they want to have it rezoned. As residents, it's a very hard question to ask yourself. How do I ensure that the change is beneficial to the area, and how many more units will it be adding? The way it's currently zoned, they can put roughly 1,200 homes, which will require very little from the traffic control standpoint. No real added value to the area, just rooftops. This project brings something new and creative to our area with a small downtown-like feel, green spaces to enjoy the beautiful sunrises and the wildlife, or you can have the alternative, which is 1,000 houses by who knows how many different builders. For the 20-ish actual residents who live in the zoning change area, we must do what's right for our property. Below, I've got a series of questions I'd like everyone to just think about. Is there a current traffic issue? And is it this project's fault? Does the project offer any relief to a pre-existing issue like traffic? Does the zoning change add value to the area? And what type of future would you like to see for that area? Is it rooftops and walls you never enter, or a waterfront area that you have yet to visit? If you owned this land and it was no longer profitable, what would you do? In closing, I leave you with this. If you've spent the last 50 years working, wouldn't you like to retire? This project is more than just rooftops and money. It's about leaving behind something for the people to still enjoy and honor the very people who have blessed all of us with these beautiful views for all this time. Thank you.
Mr. Famasi?
Joe Famasi, 2693 Jumping Jack Way. I'm here to address the developer agreement on this deal. This project, the fiscal impacts listed on today's agenda raise major red flags for all of Lake County taxpayers. We're looking at a $3,070,648 credit being issued against the North Central Transportation Benefit District. As someone who's closely monitored and how these credits are utilized, I have 3 specific concerns for the board. Why was the developer agreement involving over $3 million in impact fee credits offsets added as an addendum rather than being part of the regular agenda for full public scrutiny? This agreement allows developers to spend roughly $1.6 million while receiving nearly double that, $3 million, back in credits. We must ensure that the credits are just a way for the developer to bypass cash payments to the county, desperately needed wide infrastructure demands. We are seeing a pattern where large-scale projects like this are essentially paying themselves back for infrastructure that should be a cost of doing business. We urge the board to provide more transparency on how this developer expenditure numbers are verified before we hand out millions of credits. We cannot afford to subsidize private developers at the expense of existing residents or tax base. Thank you. Also, my thoughts and prayers to the farmers and things they're going through right now.
And I just want to address your question about impact fee credits just real quick. Staff can help me if I get it wrong, but because they are required under proportionate share under Florida law to do off-site improvements because of the level of service, they're allowed to use the impact fees that they would pay. They get a credit back for it, for paying for the off-site improvements. Is that how it works? So we're not handing them out money. It's just that that impact fee money has to go, they're allowed to use that towards their off-site improvements.
Correct.
And that's like, we're not allowed to change that. That, we're bound by Florida law on that issue.
Well, I understand that, but also I know that Commissioner Parks wrote new rules down there for those particular things where they also include soft cost, which is normally not put into those kind of agreements, right?
I don't think we have any, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of issue with soft cost on what we're talking about today. And the fact that it was an addendum was just because they had offered to make changes. They added additional infrastructure improvements, and that agreement was put on as addendum, the way I understand it. Because
Actually, it was on the agenda when it originally came last month. The developers agreement was part of the agenda. When it got carried forward and when it was tabled and carried forward to the month, it was inadvertently left off at first publishing. However, it was part of the original agenda last month.
Yeah,
So nothing changed.
Nothing changed other than they made additional concessions that went into, they gave more than that original development agreement.
Okay.
And what's typically, what we've been looking at, especially over the last couple of years, is above and beyond, above and beyond what they're getting credit for, the impact fees. One of the ones on Lakeshore Drive, for instance, it was above actually what was required from an impact fee standpoint. Yeah.
Okay, CJ Plan Set, and then Ricky Harper. No.
CJ Blanset, unincorporated Leesburg, and I quote in part, "There are a lot of grassroots anti-growth campaigns on Facebook pages. They rarely give practical legal ways to effectively control growth, and the methods being pushed on these pages won't hold up in court. That was Leslie Campione. I now state, I am the state director for the Constitution Party and the chairman of the Lake County chapter, and our diligence is rooted in the Constitution, ensuring that our representatives are morally grounded and constitutionally sound. For the record, the rural area and agricultural area is a traditional community as well, and those that choose to live there do not wish to have that disturbed for thousands of outsiders and revenue for developers. This morning, we've heard every explanation as to why the people in rural agricultural areas have no recourse to defending their way of life as redesigned in the 135 acres. And we should believe that this development should be grandfathered in, even though the area was changed to what it is today. For the record, I do live 2 miles from this development. Please note, this family collectively holds 69-plus properties that I'm sure they will all be designated as their legacies. The truth is they are trading farming for real estate, and that is their prerogative. We are asking that they make money while allowing us to maintain our simple way of life. None of that matters, though, when the law has been broken. Florida Sunshine Law exists for one reason. Article 1, Section 24 of the Florida Constitution guarantees the public's right to access government decision-making. That constitutional mandate is implemented through Florida Statute 286.011, which requires that all meetings of any board or commission at which official acts are to be taken or public business is discussed must be open to the public, properly noticed, and conducted in the sunshine. The Florida Supreme Court has made this unmistakably clear. In City of Miami Beach versus Burns, the court held that the Sunshine Law must be liberally construed in favor of openness and applies to any discussions that could foreseeably come before a public body for action. And in Town of Palm Beach versus Gradison, the court ruled that even indirect or informal discussions outside the public eye violate the Sunshine Law when they influence decision-making. When the Sunshine Law is violated, the damage is immediate. Citizens are denied their constitutional right to observe the deliberative process, equal access is destroyed, and public trust is compromised. This is precisely why violations of the Sunshine Law are grounds for recusal. Any commissioner who engages in private meetings or accepts funds from donors or developers tied to a direct project has created the appearance of a coordinated outcome outside of a properly noticed public meeting. Florida courts recognize that appearance of fairness is just as important as fairness itself, and in Zork versus City of Vero Beach, the court made clear that public officials must avoid the appearance of bias or improprieties in quasi-judicial decision-makings.
Ms. Plansett.
The law is clear.
Ms. Plansett.
The law has been broken. In God for freedom.
And I'm going to ask at this point if the county attorney could weigh in on the issue of, because it was raised at the last meeting and it seems to be an attempt to be made again here, with regard to Sunshine Law. Could you explain where that ties into an allegation that a campaign donation is a violation of our right to participate in a hearing? And second, what the Sunshine Law, separate issue, how it applies to a meeting like this.
Right, so the Sunshine Law is the idea that the same members of an elected body cannot speak to each other without there being minutes being held in an area that's publicly accessible or being properly advertised. So what that means is that Commissioner Campione and Commissioner Smith could not talk about something coming before this board without meeting those 3 requirements. The Sunshine Law does not prohibit any member of this board from meeting with residents or opposition about issues that may come to this board. There's also the concept of ex parte communications, which is allowed under state law, which does allow members of this board to meet individually with applicants or opposition on quasi-judicial cases. As far as the campaign contributions, there is some very clear case law out there that says a campaign contribution does not disqualify an elected official from performing their duties, such as sitting on this board and making decisions on quasi-judicial matters.
All right, thank you. an allegation of, someone alleging that someone breaks the law is a serious allegation, and I just wanted it to be on the record very clear that those types of allegations are, trying to think of the right word here, because I certainly don't want to escalate the situation. I just want it to be clear that none of us take that lightly, and we take our jobs very seriously. And I think it was at the last meeting that Ms. Blanchett was very loud, and as she walked out of the room, she was making hand motions. So the idea that decorum was kept at the last meeting, it wasn't, but at least by Ms. Blanchett. Okay, next speaker, Cindy Newton. And one more thing. When it comes to clapping, we always clap for our employees when they're receiving recognition. We clap for school children that come in to win poster contests. What we don't do is we don't clap at public zoning hearings, because it is an issue of decorum, and we have rules that we follow, and we try to be very consistent. It doesn't matter what the zoning case is, what the issue is. In zoning cases, we just don't allow clapping because we don't want it to create a circus-like environment. So that's why we do it that way. After Ms. Newton is Cornelius Caldwell.
Good morning again, Cindy Newton, District 4. I'm asking an unanswered question from the last meeting of what the developer's plan will be if the city of Eustis lacks either the capacity to provide water, sewer, and wastewater services, or if serving this development would reduce the level of service for the existing users. These properties can be developed in accordance with the existing land use and zoning. It doesn't mean they have to stay in farming. I was in farming myself in 2 different states, and when it was unavailable for us to continue on the property, we leased it out. And after several years of that, they ended up buying the property and continuing. But these, excuse me, the properties are only partially within Eustis's joint planning area, and the remaining lie outside any JPA or ISBA. In the 1980s, when Eustis's JPA was being negotiated for adoption in 1987, this area was designated to remain rural by both parties. You can see it on this map. It was designated R1, which is 1 dwelling unit per acre, and directly under that was 1 to 5, either 1 dwelling unit per acre up to 5 dwelling units per acre. And then on the 2010, which was the map negotiated between the city of Eustis and Lake County for the new comp plan, this was designated as 2.5 dwelling units per acre between the county and city. What was negotiated later and put into the future land use for Lake County did not include the Eustis designation. Areas like this that are outside any JPA or ISBA are rare. Most of our ISBAs meet. And having this rural land gives the cities a better chance of saying no to annexations and saying no to service for those areas. And finally, the next agenda item today proposes rezoning property to add it to an existing PUD. I don't see any provision within this Lake Yale PUD that would prevent the same approach from being applied to adjacent properties recently purchased either by these landowners or by the supporters of the PUD. I also see no clear safeguard preventing this PUD from serving as a precedent for changing future land use and zoning on adjacent properties within the rural transition area. That would erode this rural area even further. So, thank you for your time.
Cornelius Caldwell, and then Brian Weisbaugh.
Ms. Newton, did you leave those with? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Caldwell.
Good morning, Commissioners. I come today to speak for the Whitaker family and also for all the citrus growers, farmers, blueberry farmers in Florida and in our Lake County area. Apparently, some of you people here on the commission have never met me. I am a sixth-generation native black indigenous citrus grower in Florida or in Lake County. I own property in 3 different counties. I actually grow citrus. It's what my main income is for my family and generational family. So I can speak highly today because my roots are very rooted in Florida, and I can speak highly because I'm a native. This family is like some people don't know this family, but he is right about what he's saying. And farming is difficult to grow. It's not a good industry, and it's not a good practice to do in Florida. We are today pushed to almost to where we have to develop our property. There is no other way out because the markets are against us, labor against us. We have opposition from people here against us, neighbors here against us. This is something that a farmer, a grower, it's a difficult situation for us that we never asked for. And I can highly speak for this family and for this development because there is no other way out of this burden and this nightmare because I'm living it myself. I actually own 700 acres of land, property, not all if it's in agriculture, but I do have 500 acres of citrus here in Lake County, and I can speak highly. And the last few nights has been something that a lot of people don't understand, has made a lot of decisions, actually not for the Whitaker family, for all the other citrus growers in Lake County, but also for my family. I have to make decisions that are best for us. Because at the end of the day, I don't see anyone coming out trying to help us, you know, volunteer to come out and help us during freezes, hurricanes. I always hear a lot of opposition about, but nobody wants to be in our shoes. And I don't think it's fair that someone can tell this family or me what I could do, actually, when I get ready to retire, what I should do with my property. And I should have all the blood, sweat, and tears and the agony that this family and also that I have. I think it's fair that, you know, we have the option to develop our property and do what we choose with our property because we've earned that. We've done it. We've done it for generations, blood, sweat, tears, and I think it's not fair that someone could tell us what we can do and we can't do with our property. But I think, though, that the commission can hear me telling you that this family and this development would be something that would be good for the community because this family has done their due diligence. They've done everything. They've showed this county, they've showed the you know, country, they've done their due diligence to do what they could do, and they are out of options, and all the options are against us. So I just highly speak today for myself and also for this project and for this family that you approve this project because it's something that's really good for the community, good for the ex-employees that are there, and it's also something good that I'm going to have to face sometime in the future myself also. Thank you.
Brian Weisenbach.
Good morning. 1203 Oak Street. I just want to talk a little bit. Been coming to Florida for about 35 years.
on and off. Used to go to the Claremont area. Claremont's not what it was 35 years ago. Now I live right on Lake Yale in a manufactured community. It's nice and quiet on Lake Yale. It's a beautiful area. I just hate, 452 is already horrible for traffic. Drive down there any afternoon around 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock near 44 and the traffic's horrible. I know there's gonna have to be improvements, and if on a Saturday or Sunday, if you get time, stop by some of the subdivisions or the parks and see what their thoughts are about selling and building 2,000 properties nearby. I think you'll get a different answer than the 30 or so that say that they're for the area being built and developed. I just believe it's gonna ruin the area. People that live there now, I'm gonna say there's less than 2,000 residents on that lake, and it's just gonna overpopulate the lake. That's all I have to say. Any questions? Thank you.
Diane Whitaker and then Catherine Wright.
Good morning. I would like to, well, I don't know, do I need to give my address first?
We have it on the card.
I'm Diane Whitaker, and I am speaking on behalf of my husband, John, who's a second-generation farmer and business owner for over 65 years in Lake County. I am an artist with a master's degree in art therapy. And I guess I look at things through a different lens. What I see here is a win-win for Lake County. This is a project that would manage the growth, not cookie-cutter houses. This would be high inventory and tax dollars for Lake County. Our federal government has promised the American people cheap food prices. Well, we want that too. Unfortunately, we can no longer compete. The diseases, the greening, and now freezes. Our Valencias are completely frozen, as you've heard, and the blueberries are completely frozen. We have to sell our farm. And we have tried diligently to make this project appealing to our neighbors. The lakefront has many century-old oak trees and groves of bamboo that have been preserved. Also, the beautiful Whitaker family southern home, which we all love, will be included in the sale of this property. The Whitaker family has already spent millions of dollars on the infrastructure and would like to see some of that investment returned. And why is this important? We want and need to provide pensions and housing for long-time employees. Okay, the issue of traffic problems, we all know, and they are being addressed. But another idea is that traffic could be alleviated by having all 18-wheelers travel on the interstates as they do now, but not deliver in municipalities during daylight hours. This is being done in other countries and is working. In conclusion, we ask that you all would support this well-planned community. It would be a premier community that Lake County could be proud of, benefiting citizens for many years to come. And I pray that you will hear our voice. Thank you.
Catherine Wright, and then Alan Chen.
I'm Catherine Wright, 40216 Gator Lake Road, Lady Lake, Florida, the rural. Greetings. This is regarding tab 1 and 2. Lake Yale, I just think it could be a better build. On January 6th, Jonathan Huell, the rep for the Whitaker family, stated that this land was owned for generations. This is true for some of the parcels, but many were bought throughout decades from the 80s to 2021, I do apologize. As shown here, I have it upside down, I do apologize. So we have some that are 1983, and then we have some at 2021. So the 2021 are phase 1, as we know. Mr. Hall also stated that Mr. Whitaker and some of their family members have been working on this most of this decade. So it sounds like something that they've been wanting to do for quite a while. The Whitaker family, I feel for their loss. It is really hard. This is off this paperwork, so it is what it is. My heart does go out to them, but this build is not really great for this area for multiple reasons that you're hearing today. They have businesses all over Umatilla, Leesburg, Tavares, and of course Grand Island. It is not a crime, of course, to own that many type of parcels, but this transition could be just a little bit better. Does this force, and this is important, does this force the other local residents to hook up to the sewer and such? It sounds like it will. This is the wonderful part of this, though. Really? Not really. How will they get the money to do that? Who's going to pay for it? This is tens and thousands of dollars. What about the multi-generational families with businesses like the honey farmer? I didn't know he was going to be here today, but there you go. The building is okay, but you do not have to say yes from rural transition to urban low density. And the properties bought in 2024, those will probably be added into this development in the long run. Why not? Why not? It will make sense to add them later. This legacy will do more harm than good at this time, I do believe. I know it's not my legacy, and what would I do, but it is not the right fit yet. The taxpayers will suffer. The trickle effect will be horrendous. And as you said, from the last farmer that spoke, multi-generational man, I feel for him too, but this county is gonna grow like, you're not gonna believe if you approve this. It's gonna go back on the taxpayers, and I hope people could afford hooking up to the sewer. Thank you so much.
Alan Chen and then Louise Chen.
Good morning, Alan Chen, 8010 Treasure Island Road. So when you go through the traffic study, it's 282 pages of gibberish. But I want to point out that the growth is tabulated in Appendix E, which contains 2 sections related to growth. There's historical, 2019 to 2024, and future from 23 to 2028 with estimated growth rates. If we take a look at the historical data, there's 174 project-related road segments showing year-by-year growth rate changes in the average annual daily traffic. So I summed all of these up. There's a little bit of duplication because, of course, traffic goes from, say, one segment to another. But if you sum it all up and take a look at the growth, it's actually showing a negative 0.8% per year decrease. However, the population in this section from 2019 to 2024 is showing a very constant 4% per year growth rate. So if I take a look at a plot of them, you can see that the traffic is actually decreasing year over year, but the population's increasing. This negative correlation to population does not make any sense at all. The traffic study is flawed. And I know the developer said that, yeah, we're following everything according to these numbers is still flawed. Now the future section, 23 to 28, is 348 road segments listed with growth rates. And this map I showed at the last meeting, in particular, this section of CR 44, I transferred or converted from housing to trips. We're looking at about 19,000 trips, and I used the developer's 1,600 dwelling units for 15,000 non-senior trips as the conversion factor. So if I take a look specifically at that section from US 441 to CR 473, it's telling me I have 11,500 trips per day as average, but I'm going to add 19,000 to it, which is an increase of 180%. That means the annual growth rate is 22% per year, not the 1 or 2% that's actually shown here on the study. So again, and I know the developer said, yeah, we're going to use a conservative number of 2. That's not 22. Again, a flawed study which is reckless and underestimates the impacts to roads and residents. So for any simulation, whether it's traffic or hydrology, garbage in equals garbage out. The reason why this is garbage, no traffic growth in 5 years. It shows negative correlation to population growth, and it uses 2028 growth rates that are very unrealistic. And those 5 small traffic improvements are essentially meaningless. You need a valid traffic study, and it should be demanded before making any intelligent decision of this magnitude. So Lake County taxpayers are the ones who ultimately pay the price for any questionable decisions being made here. Please deny these requests. Thank you.
Louise Chen and then Paul Coulterman.
Good morning. My name is Louise Chen. I live at 8010 Treasure Island Road, Leesburg, Florida, and it's the most wonderful place in the world. I love where we live. I love Emerald so much, and that's why I fight so fiercely for this area. The lake, PUD, PZ 2023-2025, and the other one represents only stage 1, or this might be, that's what I'm fearful of, is only the stage 1 of the development of the rural transition at future land use and urban low at future land use situated between Lake Eala and County Road 452, excuse me, I have dry mouth syndrome. Anyway, I'm afraid that we're going to have stage 2 because, let's pull up this next slide, because the Whitakers in 2024 bought 48 acres that adjoins directly to this development, proposed development, excuse me. That was on June 20th, 2024. So will this new 48 acres become the new stage 2 in a future point when the Whitakers or representatives initiate the process to incorporate the 40 acres they acquired on June 20th, 2024 for $1.25 million located within the rural transition future land use? Is there a possibility for a stage 3 when it's the Allison family that owns this company. I'm not even going to pronounce this. It's SEVORG. They own a number of acreage all over everywhere. When they decide to develop their land holdings of over 100 acres adjacent to the Lake Yale project. And this is also, and their property also lies within the rural transition area of Florida and with the rural future land use. So the rural transition future land use and the rural future land use needs to be safeguarded from development creep by rejecting this PZ 2023-235. I'm not saying anything about the other one. I'm not opposed to them developing within the urban low FLU. And I also wanted to make one more comment, if I have, oh, here. Sorry, is that they have the narrative that the most of the land is in the urban area. It's 247 acres versus 208. That's a difference of 39 acres. If they add this 48 acres, then that will actually tip that will tip it, so there will be 8 acres more, or almost 9 acres more in the rural transition. So, and as a last note, I wanted to say, I know what legacy farming is. My grandfather was on the farm that my sister and I still own 200 acres of it. 1928, 2 years, we will have been there for 100 years. That's the legacy farming. We rent it out to a farmer who collects hay for it, pays the taxes, and that's about 1/3 of it. The rest of it is all in trees. Sorry, thank you.
Paul Coulterman, and then Steve Shaluta.
Good morning. My name is Paul Coulterman. I live at 12300 Pitch Drive, Grand Island, Florida, which is a farm on the south side of 452, next to Wedgwood. I got hay, cattle. I wish you're all there helping me break ice yesterday morning and the morning before on them stock tanks so the cows could get a drink, and breaking the ice on the buckets for my wife's goats. But I put up hay and I rent ground up on Lake Yale for hay. I'd like to say the Whitakers are a very honorable family. I've had met them when I first moved here. Third-generation farmers. If you didn't recognize that they're Christian, I think you missed something. They put a plan together as an exit strategy, as many farmers do. If you look in the Midwest today, farmers are going broke left and right, and they're having a lot of farm sales of their equipment. They put a plan in place in phases. I heard today 2037, I believe, is supposed to be the end of the phase, if this is approved. That's 12 years. And I think the roads will be safer. If you don't think I haven't seen people die in my hayfield on 452 as you come around the curve there by Chuck Allison's ground, you're crazy. What they're doing is putting stuff in place that will actually make Lake County, County Road 452 safer. And it'll create jobs, it'll help with taxes, and it's done over time. I think we need to be level-headed about growth and have a plan in place. And I would like to thank the Whitaker family for putting a plan in place that makes sense and was well thought out, and not just haphazardly, as a lot of things have been done in the past before there was good zoning and the laws and such. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Steve Shaluta, and then Michael Hill.
Yes, my name is Steve Shaluta, and I live right beside where this development will be going in. And my main concern is traffic. In particular, they put very little emphasis on Goose Prairie Road, which is one of the most dangerous places to pull out, much more dangerous than Apiary or Fish Camp. And I do have concerns that there's really no plan for that road at all, which is right on the edge of the development. So I would like to state my concerns for that and any effects it may have on Emeralda or Sawgrass, which are my favorite places to go to. You know, any environmental potential that could, future environmental problems that could be had. I'm very concerned about that. But for the most part, I am concerned about the traffic issues because I live there and I travel all those roads every day, and I know how bad it can be. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Hill, and I've got to check to see, do we have anybody online? Okay, all right.
Is there people online?
We do have. How many do you have? One, okay.
Morning. Name is Michael Hill, live here in Lake County, Eustis area. Sorry, I've got a cough. I always like to just talk about, I like to give education. I don't like to talk about politics too much or this, that, and the other. I mean, if you were to ask my opinion, I think smart growth is important because it's somewhere in the, you have to find a middle ground. You can't just say no, you can't say yes to everything. I think you have to find a middle ground. I think they've done that with this project, but really to talk about farming and agriculture. It's what I do. 100% of my income comes from farming. I'm a fourth generation farmer here in Florida. I'm in the blueberry business now. We have a packing house on Jones Avenue, H&A Farms, where we pack a large percentage of the state's crop. And it's my job to make sure it's sold for the highest price. I travel all over the world to see what our competition is, to know what we're up against. And I try to be open and honest with everybody I work with. You know, projects like this actually hurt me more than anybody, believe it or not, because it's less blueberries that I have to pack. But the truth is that I tell our growers, you know, I don't know how long this will last because of other competition we have from other countries. Our costs continue to climb. Our labor rates are 10x, 15x our competition. And when that's 35% of your cost of goods sold, any business plan, any investor would tell you it doesn't make sense. And Cliff is a phenomenal grower, okay? He's put as much time into this project and doing things right as he does his farm. This past weekend Sunday was probably the worst day of my life, if I'm being honest. And I've watched 5 grown men cry. I'm talking cowboy type men that calloused hands, calloused hearts, because when you put this much work into something and it's all gone overnight, it's unlike any other feeling. The problem is the plants are so broke up, you got to replant. It takes 3 to 5 years to replant. They don't have anybody left in their family to replant. They'd be 70 years old, the youngest one in the family, to just start to see something. And then you're going to go up against Mexico. Who knows what that's going to look like. This is just the reality. I'm just trying to explain to you guys where we're at as a state when it comes to farming. And it's not just Florida and California are dealing with this because we produce winter crops. Okay? Other parts of the country produce crops that are the summertime. I'm talking about fruits and vegetables. Well, the wintertime is when we compete with Mexico. The summertime, we compete with ourselves. So it's a level playing field when it comes to your cost of goods sold. The wintertime is when we have to compete with Central America because we're on the same latitude. So anyways, I always try to explain to everybody the real challenges that we have. I'm the last of the breed. I don't know anybody younger than me doing this. And, you know, that's where we're at right now. Appreciate it.
We've got somebody online, and then Linda O'Donnell. We'll do online.
Yes, Barbara Morris, you should be able to unmute your line. Please state your name and then give your comments to the board.
Barbara Morris, District 4. Let me state that I live nowhere near this, and I have not researched this project the way that I normally would for projects that I speak on. But I'm speaking today to try to get through to all 5 of you. The public is trying to tell you we have a problem in our county. The growth is out of control. Taxpayers are subsidizing these developments, and it's not, as I've listened to all these people, they're not saying that this farmer shouldn't be able to go in there and build his 1,200 homes. Not at all. But they shouldn't be able to go in there and increase that density by, what, 1/3? Your constituents keep telling you, they beg you for a moratorium. And rightfully so, you tell them, we can't put a moratorium because legally we can't. And it's deflected to the cities and to the state and to every excuse in the world as to why you cannot help slow down this growth. But here we are. You can help slow down this growth. You can help today. And you can help on every one of these projects that come in front of you by not allowing the density to be increased. what's the purpose of a comp plan when all a developer has to do is come in front of you and change it? And when you address the quasi-judicial situation, I watched the previous one where a citizen asked why no one would call her back, and Commissioner Campione explained that she had not called her back because it was a quasi-judicial. Well, what you guys are doing is you're meeting with these developers in quasi-judicial situations. You've already made up your mind before you even get behind that desk. So it puts the citizens in a situation where not only are they fighting the overdevelopment, they're fighting you. And I hope, I really do, that you start listening to the citizens. Thank you.
Linda O'Donnell.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Linda O'Donnell, and for those of you that didn't get my introduction in the last 2 or 3 meetings, I'm going to go through that real quick. I am a retired professional that used to develop plan unit developments like this, consult for them, manage them. My management company, we managed over 23,000 homes. In addition to that, when I got Michael, he's absolutely right on the his cost of sales, being the ratios that they are. Throughout my career, I've owned 3 banks, and I never would have underwritten a loan to him, or a mortgage for that matter. Anyhow, in the property management business, when we build communities, not build, but design communities like the one the Whitaker family has outlined, they have checked every box. They have done a first-class job. I looked at those plans, and usually I can find something that somebody missed. Not in this one. It's perfect, flawless. I've known the Whitaker family. I purchased my land on Fish Camp Road right next to, my property is right next to John Whitaker's, and, or now Cliff's. And so I'm probably going to be the most impacted by this development. And I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to having great neighbors. I'm looking forward to having a little town center. And I'm looking forward to build my lake house. I can't say enough about good things about this project, and I sincerely hope that you approve it. Thank you so much.
All right, do anyone else online? Okay, all right, we'll bring it back to the board and we'll have the rebuttal if the applicant has rebuttal.
Just some short rebuttal comments, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, the visioning exercise for what's come before you now started a few years ago, started earlier this decade. It takes time to put together a plan of this nature. There was a tremendous amount of concerted thought, and that was years before a formal application was made. And of course, it went through a process where it was reviewed by your staff, comments were provided, changes were made, and that all happened well before this came before the first public hearing, before the Planning Commission, and you all for the adoption phase. So this project has taken a long time to get to this point. It's been, completely directed by the family and what they want to see as a vision, and also to respond to comments and feedback that they've heard. It's different than what they had originally proposed. A couple of things in terms of the off-site infrastructure improvements. What the development agreement does reflect is that it is requiring the developer of this project to build, estimated in today's dollars, $4.9 million of infrastructure improvements, for which they'll receive back $3 million in impact fees. That's less than the total amount of impact fees that this project would pay otherwise. But there's real, tangible improvements being made instead of just a check written to the county for a project that the county would build in the future. That includes the roundabouts on County Road 452. We just heard from several people that provided comments of what that current condition is, and it's not safe. And we believe that these roundabouts will make a tangible difference in the safety of that road, and those roundabouts are going to be constructed and completed before the first resident moves into this community. In addition, the developer is going to privately fund the extension of the central sewer line. There was some question, well, what happens if that central sewer can't be either completed or there isn't additional capacity? It's a simple answer. Then the project doesn't move forward. There's a requirement in the PUD ordinance, it's actually under section 1L, that mandates that this project be serviced by central sewer and water. To back that up, your comp plan says a project of this size, this many homes would need to be serviced by central sewer and water. Once again, a tangible benefit. Development in a unified manner in this process instead of a piecemeal basis where you might be faced otherwise where that threshold and trigger isn't mandated, then you're looking at on-site septic. And that's not a good outcome for the aquifer. It's not a good outcome for Lake Yale. It's a tangible benefit to have this project serviced by central sewer and water. There was also comments made about maybe this being a chess game, so to speak, and that there's going to be future phases. I've consulted with the family. I can definitively state on this record, here today, on the record, that there is no intention of having future phases or additions to the project that's before you today. There's no intention to seek some future land use amendment in the future to bring additional property into the urban low designation. The family did acquire several parcels in 2024 that are immediately adjacent to this, the boundaries of this project. It's in rural transition today. It's going to remain in rural transition. The difference between that property and the parcels that are included in this project that are the subject of the comp plan amendment is that they have owned all of those parcels since at least 2007. They owned those parcels when it was subject to the comp plan maps that were shown earlier during this hearing that at that time did allow for additional density of up to 3 dwelling units an acre. The project, the PUD now has those areas at a density of less than 2.5 dwelling units an acre. It would have met those standards. So really, it's part of rectifying what we think was wrong to divide the future land use of the parcels that the Whitakers owned when the 2011 comp plan was adopted. So having said that, we believe that this process has worked, that there's been a tremendous amount of time and effort put into the plan that's before you, and we think it has real tangible benefits for the community, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions?
So the question I have is when they're running their water and sewer, is the city of Eustis planning on running any purple pipe for the possibility of reuse?
Good question, Commissioner. Let me just look back at my team just to. The answer to that question is no, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board.
If I could, thank you, because I missed the last meeting. As you guys know, I was gone for a month doing National Guard orders in Virginia, so it's good to be back. As you know, I've consistently voted no on all new large comprehensive plan amendments. We have a great comprehensive plan. It could be better, but this would make it worse. I plan on voting no on this today because Lake County doesn't need another city. We have 14 cities already. Marion County has 3 for comparison. We don't need a 15th city. If this project goes through, it will have twice the population of Howey in the Hills. I don't know a single person in Lake County that wants another city larger than Howey in the Hills planted on the lake shore in the northern part of this county. No one, zero, no one, absolutely no one wants it, okay? As a percentage. I'm sure there's a couple that do, but I would say it's far less than 1%. Comprehensive plans should not just be dictated by the fact that parcels that are worth millions and millions of dollars could be worth multi-millions of dollars. I didn't come from a rich family, so that argument doesn't work on me. These are very expensive parcels. These are parcels that are going to remain high value. We're being asked to make them extremely high value, and we're not going to do it. and the state of Florida and this county have done a piss-poor job planning for growth and planning for the future. And my kids are going to grow up here, my grandkids are going to grow up here, and I'm not going to let Lake County get turned into a shithole and be a concrete jungle like Altamont Springs because we lack the courage to stand up and plan a future for this county. It's wrong, it's fundamentally wrong, and we should not do it. I want my grandkids to have a Lake County that I grew up in, and it's wrong. So I plan on voting no. I encourage all of you to have the courage to do the right thing and vote no on this.
No clapping. But whatever. We have a rule. We try not to do this. So I'm District 4 Commissioner, and I'm going to talk about what's fundamentally wrong. It's fundamentally wrong to ignore the rule of law. It's fundamentally wrong to ignore planning documents. It's fundamentally wrong to ignore the fact that this family has put their blood, sweat, and tears into this property, and decades back, they participated in land use planning. They have land uses on the map already. So we had a speaker today talk about tyranny and authoritarianism. Tyranny and authoritarianism is when you literally take rights away from people. So we have an applicant who came in with a proposal, and it had a lot more lots on it. It didn't have as many concessions, and they made a lot of compromises. They did that in response to comments that were made by our board, comments that were made by residents. They made compromises. But what strikes me is that the compromises have only happened on their side, and everybody else is just say no, just say no. Well, let me tell you what happens when you just say no. They have the right to 1,200 units on this property. They can bust this property up into small parcels, and they can bring those small parcels in as plats. If they need to rezoning any of them, and we say no, they can sue us. We just got sued 3 months ago for a rezoning we denied an urban low when we wouldn't grant the density that was being requested. So that's what they could do. So you're going to get development out there. You're going to get development on the Whitaker property. I mean, that's just reality. And so when I talk about grassroots Facebook pages and social media peddling this whole idea that you can just say no and get away with it, you can't. We will all get sued. We as a county, we will have to pay, and that's all of us. That's not like county government just pulls the money out from somewhere. That's us, the taxpayers. So we have to be prudent, we have to be responsible, and we have to look at what the rule of law is. Okay, so now the next question. Well, if the urban low is there, right, and they're asking for RT, rural transition, to be changed to urban low so they can do a master plan, should we just ignore that request and allow it then to come in as piecemeal? You may think that's smart, but you're going to end up with just a bunch of hodgepodge subdivisions with no master plan. You're not going to have a, please don't talk, please. I mean, so you're going to end up with a whole bunch of development, but it's not going to be master planned. And you're not going to get the roundabouts that are going to address the speeding that happens on 452. My family has lived in this area basically my entire life. So I know about the speeding trucks. I know about the speeding cars. I know about the flipped cars that end up in my parents' front yard. So we have a problem with speeding out there. There is no question we do. The idea that we could actually have this developer, by asking for 250 units more than what the comp plan allows them right now, and that we would give up the opportunity to have those two roundabouts built on 452, to me, that's nonsensical. I mean, I get the passion to respond to all the populism out there about, let's just stop it, let's just say no to everything. But the reality is that we're doing a disservice to everybody that lives in that area if we don't take this opportunity to get those roundabouts and slow down the traffic out there. We're doing a disservice to the community if we end up with a bunch of piecemeal broken up little subdivisions, and we don't get the nice things that they have been willing to offer as part of this process. So I know, obviously, some of us feel differently. Obviously, the group that came in to oppose this and residents that are against it in the area feel differently. But then we have a lot of residents in the area that welcome it. They think they would rather see it be master planned. They would rather see something very nicely done and have these nice improvements. I know a lot of people that write me and call me, and they want a sidewalk on Fish Camp Road. There's a Dairy Queen that the city of Eustis has just approved over by the 7-Eleven on 44. It would be nice for the people that live on Fish Camp Road to be able to use a sidewalk to go to the Dairy Queen, or to use the sidewalk to come over to this area and walk on the roads and so forth. So we're getting 2 sidewalks, Apiary and Fish Camp. Those are much needed improvements. So I just can't overlook the fact that what you get in return for the 250 extra units by doing the change to the RT is that you get these improvements that have a huge, huge benefit and will probably save lives in the future. There's something really important about the fact that the property used to have a higher density on it, and that got taken away after the initial one was 1991, then 2005, and then 2011 it gets taken away. And because we gave it a new land use, but then it was less density. To me, that matters because it shows that when they had the property and they bought the property, it already designated that those rights were there. So this is actually an opportunity to right that wrong, and that was a wrong, in my opinion, that was done. The other thing that strikes me is the rural transition. I'm all about protecting the rural boundaries in our rural land uses. And I think rural transition serves a really important purpose because it's that in-between when you go from something that's more urban and then you have rural transition, a little bit lower density, and then you have your rural 1 to 5. The problem with this rural transition is it really doesn't make any sense because of the fact that from the urban low, you have rural transition, and then you actually have that high density. And it doesn't really matter that that was built whenever those, the mobile home parks and the manufactured home communities are built. It doesn't matter that they were, that they're mobile homes or whatever the comment was about the fact, well, they're there, we don't have to pay attention to that. Well, actually, in good planning, you are supposed to pay attention to development patterns, even if they're from 50, 60 years ago. So you have urban low, you have a rural transition, and then you have urban low again. That's not what rural transition is supposed to do. Rural transition is supposed to be the step before you get to rural. And the only thing that's rural is that designation on the map. Because in reality, it looks like this. That's what it looks like. That's not rural. That's not rural. But we're going to hold them up and say you can't change your rural transition to urban low, even though you've got all of these homes right over to the west of you. So I think, when I hear words like tyranny and authoritarianism, they really strike me as, it just really affects me because I think what's tyrannical is when you don't play by the rules and you aren't fair. And it's fair to look at what's happened to this property and what this family has put into this property, and what they expect in return is that we will be fair and that we won't be arbitrary. Arbitrary is pretending that that land next to the RT is rural. It's not. It's 4 units, 6 units to the acre, I think. So I would just ask that everybody take a deep breath and think about this. We're going to get 1,200 units without the roundabout, without the nice improvements, without the sidewalks, without the things that are being offered up. We're going to get that. 250 units more, we get the improvements, we get the infrastructure. The growth will happen here. It's just a question of whether it's going to be high quality or not, and we have an opportunity for it to be high quality. So that's my rationale. It's about fairness. It's about rule of law. It's about honoring this family and the commitment that they made to our community. It's about recognizing the difficulty that they've had with the farming on this property and the fact that they've had those land uses for so many years, and that actually the county took those rights away, and they're just asking for something consistent with what's been there since 1991 on that land use map. Next, Commissioner, whichever you want to, we want to start on Mr. Morris's end or on your end, on your side?
All right. First of all, I appreciate everybody coming again today and being a part of your local government. Certainly appreciate all the passionate concerns about growth, and I absolutely share the same concerns that have been expressed by all of you, and even on this board now. And I do appreciate the landowner coming out with family as well, and certainly, first and foremost, I want to express, sort of aside from all this, my sympathies to you for what you're dealing with, the freezes that we literally haven't. This is like going back to the '80s, essentially, and many of the landowners that are in ag right now experiencing some of the same difficulties. I heard the interview this morning with Mr. Hill out at Southern Farms as well, and what they're dealing with and total loss of crops, and I can only imagine, I should say. I'm not out there one of those doing the work with not just you, but anybody that's in agriculture. So prayers to you. And as an aside, before I get into a few points, you know, what you can do, and I'll make this clear as many times as I can, is all of us can buy Florida Fresh and ask our grocers to go with locally grown Florida Fresh produce. It's going to be hard now because of what happened, but it means we pay more, but it's going to be worth it. That's a little bit of something that you can do. So I just, separate to this case, I'd really want to always take the opportunity to get the message out about that as well. So in regards to this case, it's a very difficult situation. Again, I understand both sides of this. From what I've heard, I do believe the question I had since last time, the phasing plan that's good. I'm glad you explained that a little bit better. It does contemplate a transition, and so that, you know, indicates that you understood some of the concerns about what happens on the properties around that 20 years from now. The transportation improvements up front is a big deal. I know. I know when you're concerned about this and being very opposed to a lot of growth right now, as I am too. That is a big deal. To have that done first up front is not typical, and it should have been that way a long time ago. And we've been asking for it. There's some evidence of that in a recent zoning case where we approved something that had the improvements being done first, as well as the questions come up above and beyond what the impact fee is. There's a net difference of over $1.5 million, I believe, of what would have been collected just by the applicant, the landowner building, providing just a straight-up impact fee, and then having those improvements done first. There is an incredible time value to dollar savings for the county, quite frankly, trying to take care of the traffic on those roads. Because and this is to my next point, if this was done in a piecemeal fashion, none of that would have occurred. And coming from South Lake, I can tell you the mistakes of piecemeal growth that's all over the place in Claremont, Mineola, Groveland area, Mascot, of piecemeal fashion where you can't get these improvements up front like this, or they were never asked for at least, and then you end up resulting. That is a true case of where all of us end up paying for that in the future. So for it to be done now as opposed to later, huge time value dollars of savings. Numerous projects around South Lake that I know that I wish that this had been done in the past by a city, and I'm not going to throw out any city names right now. But I do believe that also this is not speculative. I said this before. They're not, as far as I understand, you're not like a publicly traded home builder. I'm not going to name any names. That's still correct, right? It's just you that's been doing this, which in my experience is very different than what we see around. We do see a lot of the speculative developers and homeowners coming in, which honestly, and I'll be careful how I say this, would definitely be weigh a lot harder on me if that were the case. I'm going to scrutinize this intently, like I should, and they deserve that. Everybody deserves that. But I have especially have become very skeptical of out-of-town builders and what they come in and do speculative growth for. And I ask a lot of questions about that and really looked into this, and I wanted to confirm that that's not the case here. So I think that's important to point out as well. The developments around there, Commissioner held up a map here, the chair. Just to be clear, those were not approved by anybody on the board, so there's none of that, no development. That was like a long time ago. So I just wanted to point that out, and that goes back to the piecemeal growth that we're definitely trying to avoid. Growth is out of control. I heard that. I couldn't agree with more with you on that. But it's a tough situation, and there's great truth to what is happening at the state, where home rule is being eroded, as well as we're just a popular state. It is really, you can't tell somebody not to move to Florida. How we do this, while we're trying to respect property rights, is it's very tough. And I'm not complaining. I love being in this situation. It's a service and it's an honor to be able to do this, even if you're going to disagree with me one way or the other on this, to put my heart into this and try to evaluate it. But we have to try to get the best out of it, and that goes back to some of the points here, and where I think this case is a little bit different, and I am, supportive of moving forward. But it's a little bit different in this case, because I think that's a very good point to put on the record, the 250 unit difference. So your 250 units, they came down 200 units or more, since the last time, 200 units. So that is sort of the difference here when it comes down to it. What they're proposing, a T&D development, along with some other very compelling evidence of this being and I'll hold up the map, the economic, this is map Exhibit 20, Economic Development Overlay District, basically requiring, according to our plan, intensive public investment from the project, as well as traditional neighborhood design. So I think that's consistent. The internal rate of capture, wanted to get this on record, that's a fancy number for a way of saying how many will the development produce a lot of extra trips, because we're a very auto-dependent nation, and nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to take away people's cars or anything, but this internal rate of capture on this is probably around anywhere from 20 to 30%, because it's a T&D development. So you're getting that out of that additional 250 that they're talking about as it being planned. So there is a benefit to what is being proposed, and there will be required, because you're going to have that internal rate of capture. Those are trips that'll stay in there, internal to the development. That's how they get the term. And that's compelling, because that's the kind of, those are the big questions that we need to be asking when a development is approved, is how are you going to reduce trips on the road? Everybody's going to be taking 10 to 12 trips a day. If you're 20 to 30% off of that, because you've got, you're staying internal, somebody's taking a golf cart, they're walking, that's a benefit where they're not going out on the road. That, again, with 250 units more, is, I believe, a benefit that outweighs the cost. And then finally, I do think, after all that, being very torn and still, quite honestly, on the edge, probably one of the most compelling arguments is the 91 and the 2007 future land use maps that were presented. And this was not presented at the last hearing, but very compelling argument that they had a previous entitlement expectation. They were, and I remember some of this now, being involved with this through the years of that being a concern. And Mr. Whitaker could have kept quiet and gotten all the way to this point. But even back then, now I sort of understand, and the personality of wanting to be upfront and wanting to try to get the best out of this, making people aware of that issue even back then. So I think, I just wanted to put that on the record, that I think that's perhaps probably some of the most compelling evidence of that, is those future land use maps and the changes to those, so. That's it for now.
Commissioner Morris?
This is probably one of the most difficult ones that we've had. 250 homes are going to get us roads that are going to be redone. They're going to get us infrastructure. And I agree with Commissioner Parks. I just think that the benefits outweigh the 250 homes.
Commissioner Smith?
So we know that if this project wasn't approved, that 1,200 homes could be built. We also know that if those 1,200 homes were built under the current zoning, that there would be no central sewer and water, there'd be no sidewalk or pedestrian improvements, there'd be no road impact or traffic calming solutions on this road. I understand that this map was redone in 2011. It was a different zoning in 1991 to 2011. If he was grandfathered in on that map, it would be a completely different story for me, but I have an ethical obligation to stand by the transition zones that are established by staff, and I'm going to stick to that.
I just want to obviously clear the record here. You guys keep saying they're entitled to 1,200 homes. That's idealistically possible. That's the max they could try to get. But with the open space requirements, all due respect, the way they're going to plat it, the way they're going to submit it, it's not going to allow that many homes. So if you really believe that, let them come up with some alternative plats, bring them to the county, show them what they're going to see, and then we'll know the real estimate of homes. But to say that it's just 250 homes is incorrect. You don't have actual evidence that they're going to be able to get 1,200 homes in there. So I would say let them show us what they would do alternatively, and then we can take a look and have a real side-by-side, have an informed discussion. But right now to say, oh, 1,200 homes just popping in, no, it's not going to work out that way. It never does. Because when they submit their plats, they have other requirements that they have to meet, and it just doesn't get to that number. So we're talking about more than just 250 more homes. So I would just wait and let them alternatively show us what it is they want to do there under the current comprehensive plan.
Let me just point out, though, that under the LDRs, if you bring in a plat that is 50 units or less, it doesn't have to be a PUD, which means that the open space requirements fall to the minimum required in the LDR.
Well, we know for a fact they're not bringing anything with less than 50 units.
No, what they do, and I can show you places all over Lake County where this has been done.
Of course, but not, this is too big of a project. These parcels are too large.
No, what they do, if they need, look, this is done. And it
I hear
has
you,
been
but I would
done.
let them,
And what-
submit it so we can have a real side-by-side informed discussion. You guys are going off speculation, and that's fine, but it's getting to the point where there literally is no evidence that they're going to get the 1,200 homes. So I would allow them to take some steps to show that, and then we can have a more informed discussion. I mean, there's no downside to that unless you're in a rush. I'm not in a rush to develop Lake County. If we're in a rush to do it, don't do it. But if you're not in a rush, let them submit some alternative plats under the comprehensive plan as it exists.
Yeah. So, just again to point out that if you have 50 units or less, it's not a PUD, it's a straight zoning. And with straight zonings, you don't have the same requirements that you have for PUDs. You don't have the open space requirements. You don't have all of the other types of requirements. So it's just, I'm literally just trying to be practical here. What do you get if you do nothing and you say no versus what do you get if you actually work with the landowner and you get positive improvements and you get a positive end product? And yeah, it's not a good place to be considering that everybody's so mad about congestion and growth, but you gotta like step back and be objective and say, what are we leaving in the future if what we're gonna get is piecemeal? And it will be piecemeal because that's what happens. And and it's all over, we can see it, and as Commissioner Park said, you can go around South Lake County in particular and see what happened there. And that's, you know, that's the problem, is we're dealing with the reality of what will happen versus having the opportunity to have something nicer. And it's, you know.
But just to be clear, under that rule where they would get expanded use of the land, they would have to put in 24 projects, because that would be, at least 24 projects, because that would be 50 per piece, per submittal. So that would be 24 projects, independent projects that they would have to do, that we could individually scrutinize.
They wouldn't do them, though. They just sell them off to D.R. Horton and Miranda Homes and every other production builder out there. That's what, they don't do them themselves. They just start selling parcels off.
Yeah, well, this definitely pops the balloon that, oh, well, there's no money to be made here unless we do this. I mean, come on, we're talking about 24 parcels to go to national builders at a minimum. But no, I think that we could effectively, with the values this board has shown in the past, scrutinize those submittals from those developers over a very long period of time to ease down and calm down the engine of growth, which is quite literally destroying the fabric of the county, and scrutinize them and get a lower house count. It's not a 250 house.
Well, we're going to call the question, but before we do that, I just want to point out, those would also be on septic tanks, because they wouldn't be bringing central sewer to those projects. And that's what you have out there. You have septic tanks all over the place right now. So that's, you know, that's the difference.
Well, Sean's
But-
favorite company would probably be involved with that, right? I'm saying you'd at least have the good septic tanks, right? Don't we?
You'd have the alternative of the high performance,
Yeah,
or you would have on.
which of course is I mean, I'm a believer in the company. I think that's a good, healthy way to go forward, but whatever.
I just want to confirm something too.
normal
Now,
septic tanks.
so the 50 or units or less, that doesn't come in front of us, right?
So you have a provision in your code that for any subdivision, if they're going to do 50 units or more, they must rezone to a PUD. Keep in mind that these parcels are ag, which is 1 to 5, so they would still have to rezone to get a a rezoning that would give you the 1-to-1 that's allowed under the future land use.
Right, and that's in
Whoa,
our.
let's
but-
pause
but
then.
Okay, can we just, like, RT is where the ag is. They've got R1 and they've got some
Right,
parcels that already have.
They do
that
have some
more
that are
than
R2,
ag. Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So it's not that it's all zoned ag.
At least, I apologize, just one final question.
I'm
Can we
gonna
at least
call the
just get a
question.
roughly percent?
I'm gonna call the
You're in such a rush to develop the county, you literally don't even want the answer of what percentage of the land is ag versus non-ag. How would you
Right,
not want that
Commissioner,
information?
Commissioner.
I already know that information.
It's in the packet. It's right here in front of you. He doesn't have to ask for somebody to provide the information. It's literally
It's in
here.
my folder.
It's right here.
pictures, but I don't actually.
I mean, I get it. You want to, it's just that we're going to call the question. And if anybody's going to make a motion, just make sure that the buffer along 452 for can I ask Mike real quick? Mike Fitzgerald, real quick, what's the buffer on 452? Because we had this discussion the other day about LDR changes in the future where we're going to enhance those buffers off of roadways. Is this one of those that is already a larger?
The
buffer?
minimum buffer would be 10 feet in width. There are options we could propose to have larger buffers. We could propose walls in the subdivision. I don't think those specifics are.
I think that we were also focused on all of these other things, that's the one detail that we didn't look at the actual buffer along 452, which I think is really important. So I need an idea from Mike if whoever is interested in that as an issue. And maybe we need the applicant to let us know what their thoughts are on that, because it is an important issue or detail. Mm-hmm.
We'd be just talking with Mr. Fitzgerald, very comfortable with adding a condition to the PUD ordinance that would require a minimum buffer along County Road 452 of 25 feet.
And does that, when you go from the 10 to the 25, under our like A, B, C, D, does that enhance the plant material, the vegetative material?
That's native plants?
Florida native throughout, PUD ordinance requires.
But
I believe the native plants were in the ordinance.
They're at the ordinance, but for the buffer itself, but that would enhance like the tree material? It wouldn't just be you add 10 feet or whatever but you actually have more plant material? Okay, because I know that's an LDR change that the county, that we've been talking about doing, but it's not coming before us until, we haven't made the change yet, but we talked about the fact that it needs to be changed, so, okay.
We can add that condition.
Okay, all right. I think that's an important addition. All right, so we'll call the question. Do we have a motion?
Chair doesn't make motions. I'll make a motion for approval with the buffer condition that was just discussed.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Moving on then to tab number 3. This is in,
Might be some confusion, it's that fast or not, I'm gonna let them know.
oh, okay. And did that include all of the cases that went with, excuse me?
Right, so we need to clarify, it's the future land use rezoning and transportation agreement.
Yes.
That was my motion.
All right.
Second agrees.
About the developer. Tab 3.
Yes, included that.
And now we're moving to tab 3, which is in Anthony Sabatini's district and Commissioner Sabatini's district. This is tab number 3.
Should I give it a minute, Chairman?
Like 1 minute, 30 seconds. All right, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, for the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Director of the Office of Planning and Zoning. The item before you is the Schofield Road PUD amendment. The requested action is to rezone approximately 47 acres from agriculture to planned unit development to facilitate a residential subdivision. This is an amendment and a restatement of Ordinance 2023-74. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval of this item on the regular agenda. The location is south of Schofield Road and west of Cook Road in the Claremont area. Rezoning request seeks to amend the current master plan of the approved PUD Ordinance 2023-74 to add a parcel to the already approved PUD. Subject parcel is a neighborhood future land use category pursuant to the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, and it is located within the Wellness Way boundary area. The applicant is also requesting to add a new front-loaded lot style. I'll skip ahead to that, sorry. That is a 50 by 70 foot width. Additionally, the applicant is proposing that the wildlife corridor provision that is in the original ordinance be reevaluated so that they can plat subdivisions that are in the Wellness Way area. I'm sorry, I'm kind of thumbing through this very quickly. This is the aerial map of the property that is proposed to be added to the planned unit development. This is the current land use showing that it is already a neighborhood land use designation in the Wellness Way area. That is 3.6 dwelling units per acre. This is the current zoning and proposed zoning. They're looking to add this parcel to the already existing Schofield planned unit development. This is the conceptual plan showing the property in reference to what the planned unit development is that is already approved. Most of the property is proposed to be green space and stormwater pond with some development inside that area. This map shows the scale of the project. This is, on the left side is Wellness Way. On the right side is all the land use inside Wellness Way. And you can see on the left-hand side, the gray area is the site. And it kind of gives you the idea of the scale comparatively to what the Wellness Way vision is. This is relatively small to what the Wellness Way vision is as a whole. This is a conceptual plan that shows Wellness Way, what it potentially could become. You can see the new 516 highway running through it, and just north of that is the Schofield planned unit development. Just south of that, 516 highway, is the wildlife corridor that is part of the proposal to be dedicated to Lake County. The original, as stated, the original PUD required that the wildlife corridor be dedicated to Lake County prior to any plats that were approved. The applicant is requesting some relief on that and asking that the wildlife corridor be dedicated still to Lake County, but they should be allowed to plat Phase 1 of Lake Haven Estates, which is approximately 253 lots, and Phase 1 of Del Webb Lake Haven, which is 212 lots. And I have a comparison here of the existing PUD, the proposed PUD. They are not proposing a maximum number of unit increase. The original PUD had 1,488 dwelling units. They are still maintaining that limit of 1,488 dwelling units. What the increase in the 47 acres does is provide them the opportunity to increase their total base density units to 1,233. They also will be getting an 87 dwelling unit bonus based on right-of-way infrastructure improvements, but they are still capping their maximum density at 1,488 units pursuant to what was approved in 2023. This is a summary of what is being proposed, adding the units to the PUD, the addition of the new lot type, the addition of the new acreage brings up the non-residential square footage in the planned unit development, and the final plats will be approved, or may be approved if this is approved. The final plats for Lake Haven and Del Webb can be final platted. Just to give some idea of the scale of the plats, circled in red are the plats that would be approved prior to the wildlife corridor. The wildlife corridor is circled on the bottom of the screen. With that said, I went.
Can you go back to that picture where you had the little circles?
I believe I went into a different, sorry about that. That's the previous. Yeah, we can close that one out. Sorry for this delay.
It's the Schofield. Nope. One up there.
There we go. Okay, I will just apologize for this. So once again, this is the Schofield PUD high-level conceptual plan view. The area that's circled to the north are the two subdivisions that are being requested to proceed to final platting prior to the conveyance of the wildlife corridor to Lake County.
Is that normal?
This was a specific provision in the 2023 ordinance that we would receive, the Lake County would receive a wildlife corridor conveyance of property as part of the original approval. The review of that conveyance of the property is still under review by county staff and has caused a delay in this developer from moving forward with approved development rights.
How long will it take us to review it?
I'll defer to the county attorney.
So for the wildlife property, we're getting a survey and environmental. We expect to have it soon. I don't suspect there's going to be any issues with that, so my office would recommend that you make this change and allow them to at least file their first plats. They won't be able to file any additional plats until we actually take title to that property.
And the wildlife corridors, we don't want those, right? We want somebody else to have them, FWC or you.
We're in discussions about who should probably take ownership of those after the conveyance has been made, and the long-term maintenance of the properties as well.
Perfect. I don't want any more county
Yeah,
staff have to go.
Fish and
in.
Wildlife or the Park Service is going to take that.
Good.
Yeah, because maybe the Park Service even, because they're right across from 27.
Great.
Mike, just want to, Sheriff, we're going to do questions. Because, especially after a long zoning hearing already this morning, just to be clear on this, this is moving density around, right? It's not a overall cap of Wellness Way.
This is not an overall cap of Wellness Way.
I mean, it doesn't
This is
affect
a-
the overall cap, I guess, is what I'm saying.
This is just a small piece of Wellness Way, as shown on the previous map. What they are doing is they are voluntarily capping their own maximum capacity. The property that is being added to the PUD originally was designated as 65 units development rights. That's what they're adding into their base density, but they're not adding on to any kind of bonus density that they could potentially get with any type of improvement. They're still limiting themselves.
I thought that was important to be clear, so there's no confusion over that, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Can you back up to the lot size? No, the diagram.
Of the,
What is it from the right-of-way to the front door?
the setbacks will be, bear with me one second, the setbacks in this particular, I think it's 15 feet to the house, and then it's going to be a 25-foot setback to the garage. So the
So the
garages
driveway
are
would be
in,
25 feet to the garage? Okay.
But no more units, right? I mean, it's just the change of the configuration of these lots.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I thought they were going to go with 65-foot lots.
in discussions with the developer, in the new section that is being added, in that new section, you can see some of the development encroaches on that new area. They have said that they will look at the idea of doing 65-foot wide lots in that area.
Right, in the area that we're approving today. Is that not written down?
That's not in the ordinance
Okay.
to restrict that, no,
Okay,
sir.
that's fine.
Yeah, and Wellness Way is somewhat complicated, but it's more about the form and the design than it is necessarily about being locked in on just one, what's the road frontage per se. There's a lot more that goes into it than that.
So it's more like a form-based code?
Wellness Way is, and to the chagrin of one of the cities that says there's no form-based code, Wellness Way is very form-based code, yeah.
Well, you know why the importance of the driveway is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sawgrass, for example, where we have no place to put all the cars that
Or-
people
or
can't park in their own driveways.
My neighborhood.
And other neighborhoods, yeah, that's not a good thing. Okay, but we're pulling out the wildlife. Wait, we're pulling it out of or we're
No, the
If this is, they are still required to convey the wildlife corridor
Okay.
to Lake County. What, if approved today, they may move forward with 2 of the final plats for 2 of the subdivisions.
Okay, got it. All right,
Yeah, and again, the conveyance is really there, we haven't finalized the acceptance because we're doing a little bit of due diligence left that's broken out.
That is correct, sir.
Right,
but no additional lots.
right.
Okay, all right. Are we,
Additional base density, not additional maximum capacity.
okay. All right, anybody online? Do we have a card? We have Joe Famasi, but I think he left. All right, so we'll bring it back to the board. Oh, we have the applicant. Would the applicant like to present?
Yeah, I was going to ask about the 65-foot lot lines.
And we do have, I need to disclose that I met with them.
Okay, any
Oh,
other,
yeah, I met
any
with
other
them, too.
disclosures?
Not on this one. I've met with them, not on this one, though. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Elisa Sowell with Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. Pleasure to speak with you all this afternoon. We appreciate the time. We also want to thank county staff and the county attorney's office and team with working with us on this project. With respect to, so I did have a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation. I know you've had quite a long morning, so if you would like, I'm happy to run through it really quickly. Otherwise, I'm happy to just answer some of your questions.
If it's quick PowerPoint,
It's
I'm
quick.
happy with that.
It's very quick. Okay, so what is being requested today is a rezoning of a parcel. And by doing that rezoning, we are requesting that it be added into the Schofield PUD. The Schofield PUD and this parcel are located within Wellness Way. So just to provide a little bit of background, Wellness Way was a county-led initiative. And it establishes a long-term master plan strategy that enables smart growth with non-residential and residential development in South Lake County to prevent those piecemeal projects from moving forward. Wellness Way Area Plan was adopted in 2016 and was implemented into the comprehensive plan. And then in May of 2022, after a lot of work, the county adopted the Wellness Way Area Plan Comprehensive Plan amendments, along with the development standards, which are now codified in the Land Development Code. The comp plan has 7 future land use districts with respect to Wellness Way, and I'm just going to focus on 3. You have your neighborhood district, your US 27 district, and the multi-use L district. The neighborhood district is intended for the lower density neighborhoods to support the commercial and employment centers that are provided in the US 27 district and in the multi-use district. This project and the Schofield PUD are both neighborhood districts. That is their future land use designation. You have the US 27 district is adjacent to the Schofield PUD on the west. And then you have the multi-use district, which is intended for primarily non-residential development, is adjacent to the Schofield project, the Schofield PUD, excuse me, and this property on your east. So the neighborhood district, the future land use district, this is where the residential growth was contemplated because it supports those economic drivers that are contemplated for the US 27 district and the multi-use district. And I know I'm speaking to you all already know all of this. One other item that I would like to note is the comp plan requires PUD zoning for all development within Wellness Way. So very quickly, this project is shown in red and is outlined. It's approximately 47 acres. It's located in Wellness Way. The future land use is neighborhood district. We are proposing that it be rezoned to be included into the Schofield PUD, and we are maintaining the original cap of 1,488 max units. So there's no change from what was originally approved back in 2023. The property being included into the Schofield PUD, it meets the comprehensive plan requirements. It's compliant with and it implements the Wellness Way Area Plan. And the rezoning this property to a PUD is the path for development based on the comprehensive plan's requirements. But I do think that the integration of this property into the existing PUD furthers the goal of the Wellness Way Area Plan by ensuring there's connectivity and uniformity and avoiding those piecemeal separate neighborhoods. So one item that I did want to touch base on, we had discussed looking at with respect to this parcel specifically, looking at including 60-foot lots was what we had discussed. And based on this being integrated into an existing site, we can agree to 65-foot lots. Any lots that are fully within the parcel would be 60-foot lots. So because the site plan doesn't completely follow a property boundary, we can say any lot that is entirely within this property boundary would be a 60-foot lot. And that would also allow us to maintain and stay consistent with the land development code for Wellness Way, which contemplates this diversity of housing options, and it specifically contemplates the small lots, single families, and the bungalows and the townhomes, et cetera, which this project provides. But for this parcel specifically, any lot that is entirely within this property, we would agree could be 60 feet, and we would agree to that as a condition of this PUD. Now, I would like to clarify on the wildlife corridor. This came before the commission 2 weeks ago, and it was approved that the county manager would be authorized to move forward once we have your due diligence is completed. So based on the PUD requirements for the wildlife corridor, the developer would argue that we have satisfied those. We've worked on title, we've provided a title commitment, we've provided a special warranty deed, we're willing to move forward. And the county, in taking a look, they want to make sure that they have a survey and an environmental, which we completely understand and are willing to work with them, but would like to be able to move forward with the project as well. So this is a nice compromise with respect to the wildlife corridor. With that said, I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Just one quick question, Chair. So understanding, obviously, that when the new landscape code gets passed, that you'll adhere to that, right? Okay.
Yes, that is in the PUD.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
When are we expecting the landscape code to
I
come
think
back?
it's the next meeting.
Next meeting, okay. I have no questions, just a reconfiguration. Thank you.
All right, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you. Moving ahead then to regular agenda. Right. Yes, regular agenda. Tab 2 on regular agenda, this is a request to post no trucks over 10 tons, local delivery only on Thrill Hill Road between County Road 44A and 44. Advance warning signs would be placed on 44A and State Road 44 to notify drivers of the restriction. Trucks were restricted on North Thrill Hill by the County Commission back in 2019 via Resolution 2019-66. I received this request from a property owner that lives down near the bottom of the hill. It's a crazy road to drive on, and it's especially narrow and has non-existent shoulders that thankfully Public Works was out there, I believe it was last week, road ups, and they were actually patching the sides of the road as much as possible and trying to shore it up as much as we can because we have very limited right-of-way on that road. So I'm just asking for everyone's support in putting this restriction in place.
Move approval. Second. I couldn't agree more because this is not a collector road.
It is not, it should not be used as a collector, and yeah, this road is a very special road. It would be nice to have more right-of-way, and it would be nice to put traffic calming in place and all of those things, but at the very least, in light of the right-of-way, the limited right-of-way that we have, this is at least something we can do. All right, so we had a motion, we second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Moving on to reports, county attorney, county manager.
Nothing.
Could you point out, could you let us know about the sidewalk issue that Chuck Paget brought up I just think that we need to get that on the record and reach out to Chuck and let him know
Sure.
that those aren't our sidewalks.
So the county attorney actually contacted Public Works while the discussion was happening, and it is not Myrtle Lake Avenue. I think that he was addressing, I think he misspoke, and it was York Street, which is across County Road 468. York Street does have some sidewalks which are damaged and can be dangerous for the pedestrian. However, those are within the city limits of Fruitland Park. Those are not county sidewalks.
Okay, but we're reaching out to them.
We are reaching, I believe the county attorney has already reached out to the city attorney to
Okay,
notify them,
great.
and I will reach out to the city manager as well.
Thank you so much for getting right on that.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Sabatini?
Just, we're at week 3 of the legislative session. I'm sure you're all watching the legislative session because we're 3 weeks in. And obviously, we have all these legislative priorities. But I will tell you, I think it's more important now than ever before that every county commissioner and every city commissioner get very vocal about some of the bills that are moving. There's some really, really bad bills in terms of one-sided, obviously reasonable solutions coming out of Tallahassee for balancing property rights and local rule and, development and preservation. These bills are obviously not passed yet. They're just sitting in committee. Most of them are on their second committee stops, but they are completely and totally one-sided bills. One of the bills that's up right now is the Ag Enclave bill from last year. So that's a bill that says basically if you're adjacent to a property or a property is adjacent to 2 other properties that are suburban, they're automatically entitled to the same density if they're in ag land, which of course will create a domino effect literally from the bottom of Florida to the top or vice versa, doubling the size of sprawl. So please be vocal, please be active. That's the only thing that people want. That's the only thing that works, being loud, letting people know you're watching. I think the governor would actually veto some of these because they're so bad, but they're happening. And they're all coming from a state senator who's a nice guy, Stan McLean, really good guy, but clearly is very adamant about passing bills or laws in Tallahassee that enable rampant development. So please be loud, please be clear, and please speak up. We're at week 3, so we'll know what happens with a lot of these bills in the next 2 weeks, and then, of course, in the last session, they could be put on as amendments to other pending bills, which I've seen online, people talking about that. So that's all I would request. Thanks. Take care.
Commissioner Parks?
Yeah, just a couple of things. So the one, that I was wondering if you could put that map back up that was just real quick. I brought this up at a previous comment, the map about the Wellness Wave concept plan. Kathleen, yeah, Mike. No,
Which, on your presentation?
it was on the presentation, the overall.
We've got an exhibit.
Okay. You're making us flashback. There you go. Keep going. That one, yes. So I just want to confirm, I brought this up a couple weeks ago about the website, so you all should be aware of the website for Wellness Way, correct, is up and running to get some actual information about it, as it was running all over the place. This is the concept plan, correct, that's on the website? But this is what's been worked on with the consultant that's been working on Wellness Way for us for years, putting together factual data about a site plan of what it's going to look, because there was a lot of questions about, oh, it's all just houses and it's blah, 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 and there's no, commercial to it. The roads aren't contemplated. You'll actually see in this concept plan, based off of what has been approved and what is going to happen by requirement, this will give you a good idea. So I wanted to just let you know, if you get questions from constituents about it, this or some version of it will be available soon on the website, so that you'll be able to see. In fact, you'll be able to see it's actually quite a large percentage of it is open space and natural protected areas, even to the south where the wildlife corridor is, but it's the open space to the north, which is conserved too, which will not be developed as well. So I just wanted to point that out, and you'll see the center that planned as the 516 is under construction now. And I think I told you this earlier, that all that now has been released for construction through approval of contractors and for construction. So this will give you some idea. So I just wanted to put that out there that you can use this if you get questions. So secondly, at an ag update, if you will, to what's happened with the freezes, which I don't think I'm exaggerating, where this was like the worst since the 80s. But I appreciate the email that you sent. I just thought it was good to point that out publicly, that you have UF-IFAS and staff are trying to assess and reach out to all the growers, big and small, to try to figure out what the damage is, and it's going to take a few months. I don't know if you want to add to that.
I was just going to say, they're still in the actually quote-unquote combat stage because we still have freezes happening. We anticipate that we could have another freeze Thursday evening. So they're still in the fighting stage of the process. Then they will begin assessing what their true damages are. It may take many months to really understand what the damage is, because sometimes you won't know until they start growing back. So.
Okay, and Commissioner Wilton Simpson just kudos to him. I think he's being pretty proactive, is really trying to work with USDA to get federal assistance with all this, so, which will benefit us in Lake County. But I appreciate that. I think it's good. It's one of those things like kind of what, it's been a crazy couple years for Lake County, right? With all the closings and then the hurricanes and then the 20-inch event, storm event and everything. So the communication on it is very important to constituents. So keep that up. I appreciate that. That's very good to let everybody know. And then lastly, I could not agree more with Commissioner Sabatini concerns about what may happen in our legislature about growth management in particular. So I think we should all be involved. I actually wrote an editorial recently on that, the blue ribbon one. I think that's really crazy. I just want to also point out that I was up in Tallahassee last week or the week before, Florida Association of Counties. We do have an action plan that's available to you. I'll give you copies if you want. That does express concern over some of those very issues. The taxing issue, the issue with property tax, I'm wondering if at some point we're going to look through potential scenarios of factually what would happen, emotions aside, whether you're for or against, but what's the reality for the county? Are we going to look at that?
Yeah, we will. Once we have a better idea what's going to make it through committee, then, because there's 8 proposals, I think at this point 4 have been filed, nothing from the Senate side. So you really want to be able to do a side-by-side comparison of what the proposals actually mean. So we're giving a little bit more time to see what's actually going to make it through.
I appreciate that. And then finally, I'm sure I'll be accused of bragging. I don't mean to do it that way, but if you look at the legislative action plan, there's 4 items on there that are officially adopted by FAC that I brought forward myself. I think Commissioner Sabatini supported me at a couple of the meetings for those, so I appreciate that. Let me tell you, zoning hearings are tough. It's tough to get cross-examined and questioned by other commissioners from around Florida. So it was a good learning experience for me, and it's a good demonstration that FAC actually does have a good policy-making process that's in place and over a period of time. And some of these ones that are I'll just give them to you, and you can read for yourself. But I think we were represented well, and it's an encouragement to all of you, all of us, that if for next year, if we want to get the policies in here, we can do it, and more than what's just on our legislative agenda for a delegation. And every senator and state representative and committees and staffing, and they all get a copy of this. So there you go.
All right.
And that's all I have for now. Yeah.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I would like to first say I want to thank County Manager Jennifer Barker for going to Tallahassee with me last week. It was extremely cold, but it was quite productive. We talked about our legislative priorities. We did talk about the property taxes, and I think we need to let it morph down into what they're trying to look at before we move forward with anything on the county side. I talked about a couple of bill issues that that are coming up. All of that was very well received. We'll see how it goes. Of course, as you know, our legislators are going to do what they're going to do, but at least they know that Lake County is paying attention and that we're actively going up there and making our voices heard. So with Commissioner Parks going, and I went, I think you went too, didn't you?
No, I was reading to elementary
Oh, that's
students
right,
last
you were
week.
reading.
It was literacy week.
That's right, but I thought you had a meeting with them anyway. I know that Lake County is being well represented in that fashion. I'd also like to say thank you to each of the 14 cities that are showing up for our quarterly discussions. They all seem to show up. They all participate. And if they don't participate, at least they're listening and they're hearing the discussion back and forth between the county and the other cities, and maybe coming up with a game plan of their own. So that was quite important to me. And then the last thing I have, Mike, I have a map I want to show that I would like to put on a future agenda. Do we have that map?
Is it right here?
It's up on the screen.
Is it this one? On the
Yeah, that's up on the screen. So this is a map of a contextual plan. You'll see Orange County on the bottom, and then you'll see Lake County at the top.
Oh, yes, good. I'm glad you brought this to
So,
meeting.
so I would like to start pushing a 65-foot wide lot line across the board for Lake County. I don't think, except, we have our rural conservation areas. There are going to be some tweaks that we'd have to do. That's why I want to agendize it, not discuss it here because I know I just threw this up on you, but maybe put it on a future agenda, get some game plans going. We did this for the city of Tavares, and it did nothing to discourage development. It actually enhanced some of the looks of the neighborhoods. So I just wanted to bring how Orange County has a density or a lot size requirement, right, Mike?
I'm not certain of a lot size requirement, but I am certain that in the Orange County area, their density is lower than what Lake County's is across the line.
So you can see this is a huge disparity for the same neighborhood. So it brings it to light what I'm trying to do is at least get the density out there. And at least in Lake County, if you want to be in an urban setting in smaller lots, then by all means go to the city of Tavares or go to City Outdoor or Claremont, where you can get those you can get those tight densities. But if you're wanting to develop in Lake County, let's give people some room that want to have the room. So I would like permission from the commission to at least start using staff to agendize something.
So you're just talking about, like, across the board, having 65-foot wide be the smallest width that you could have unless you were in some of these designated areas like of
Correct.
rural conservation.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But
We can beat it up when it comes out on the agenda.
No, I like the idea of wider lots. I think we'd have to evaluate it from Burt Harris. I don't know whether it would matter or not, whether it would create a,
I'm very open-minded to it. I mean, that's a strong concern too. I just, obviously I'd like to see what we can do to move forward with the thought process here and a proposal maybe.
I'm open to discussion, but I think that, you can't make it blanket. Of course, there's going to be some T&D, traditional neighborhood
Of
development.
course you can't, that's why.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I mean, certainly let's talk about it.
Fine by me, okay? That's all I have until I get my little ending.
So I'll work in conjunction with the planning office to bring some scenarios back to you. But speaking of legislation, and not necessarily great legislation, I sent you all an email on Friday, but just as a reminder, there's a bill called the Florida Starter Home Act. If this passes, we would be prohibited from imposing any type of regulation that would require a minimum lot size greater than 1,200 square feet. So that would do away with your 65-foot lot line ordinance if it's a starter home community. Right. Yes, so this bill also, we couldn't require, there could be 0 setbacks from side, 10 feet from rear, 20 feet from front. So anyway, so I sent you a summary of that, so we'll be monitoring that bill as it moves through, and if it moves through, and see what impacts it might have.
But that shouldn't have any effect on us moving forward with planning and trying to come up with something, because we can make
Correct.
wide lots and shorter. But if they're starter homes, then they're probably going to be 1 or 2 bedroom. They don't have to be a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house for a starter home, right?
They don't have to be,
That's
but,
right.
so yeah, so we're gonna run them in tandem, but I just wanted to make you all aware in case you haven't seen the email.
All right, good discussion. Commissioner Moore.
Sure. Why don't we pick up on what Kirby said, 14 municipalities, getting them together was really nice. What I got out of that is, I know we've worked on the JPAs, which each city, you've got 14 different JPAs. The ISB talk was pretty interesting to me, to take what their boundary is and then negotiate what they shouldn't or should develop. I think it's going to be easier, you know, and I know, Sean, you spend a lot of time on the JPAs, but we've got a lot of time and effort invested in them. We don't have a huge return yet, and I think it's going to be easier to negotiate in the ISBAs. That's my opinion. I missed Commissioner Sabatini there. I appreciate your service for us. The issues with the freeze of the crops, my understanding is, talking to some farmers, is the state needs to issue a state of emergency, which they have not done yet. They do have crop insurance, and there's federal help. And if we're the last man standing, I don't know where we're going to get the money to help anybody, because I don't know where the money would come from. And lastly, my appointee for the Water Authority had basically requested that he not get paid. He didn't think he needed to get paid. I think we need to go to each one of the Water Authority members and ask them if they would like to not get paid, maybe donate their salary to the stormwater. I think that's about all they could do if they wanted to donate it back. So that ends my report.
Yeah, they can always donate back.
Can I address one thing? It's off subject, but it's continued from the last meeting. As you guys remember, I had an item on the last agenda, and I continued again because I did both phases of my military course on the fighting against the property appraiser's budget, if you guys recall. Just very quickly, I'm not looking for like any big action here. If the board's okay with it, I would like to see a public presentation from our lobbyist on his efforts. You know, he doesn't have to disclose everything if he's doing some stuff behind the scenes, but I'd like some public presentation about the efforts that were made, substantial efforts that were made, to try to attempt the cabinet to correct this mistake, because I don't think it should have happened. I tried to speak out to Lita Kelly, who's one of the staffers for the State Administration Committee, which is all 4 cabinets, and she works, I think, directly for DeSantis. I have not heard anything back yet, but I'd like to see the lobbyist report, because I think if he gives a report, this board will be informed to make a further decision, which is if we should hire a supplemental lobbyist, which of course would cost about $50,000, that being literally 5% of the money we would get back. If we successfully challenge the property appraiser's website, that's $1 million back to the county, all of it spent on a road, so that's $1 million for roads. Obviously, I would support that. But right now, it looks like we're not going to get it if they don't take it up. There were rumors that they were going to take it up in December. It's now February. We haven't heard anything certain yet. So I'd like to see what the lobbyist has to say, and if this board feels good with it, maybe consider getting supplemental, secondary lobbying efforts enlisted to get this in front of the board. I think it's a super winner. I just think that they're slammed, and maybe they're not hearing enough from the council or the lobbyist about this issue. And I think other lobbyists would teach us a little bit about what's really going on behind the scenes. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that, but I would strongly support requesting from the board to Gray Robinson to give us an update next week, even if it's via Zoom, because obviously they're in session. And then assess whether we think we should go in a stronger route with a second lobbyist, which, by the way, is extremely normal up there. I mean, it's very normal for large entities, large projects to have 2, 3, 4, 5 lobbyists. So, thoughts?
I don't mind hearing from the lobbyist about hiring another lobbyist. My understanding is they haven't heard anybody. There's been other counties that have challenged this, and they're just not hearing them. So I don't know what hiring somebody else to beat the same drum is going to do. I'm sure the other counties have their lobbyists working on it also. So
Yeah, I think there's 4 of us statewide that are doing these appeals, and I mean, obviously, I could be exactly in your camp and say it's not a waste. It's a waste of time after we hear publicly from the lobbyist. So I'd like to see him address us, and then we can go to step 2 possibly.
good idea.
Chair, just,
Yeah, go ahead.
If he's got any.
He's good.
I was just going to say, I don't know, question or comment, but, so that regarding the JPA, so I would take exception. I think there has been progress with JPAs. There's a couple of cities that actually have JPAs with us now. The point of what I think yesterday, ISBAs were the only reason an ISBA came legislation was so that cities could annex parcels that were non-contiguous. It was basically like no other reason.
No, there
I mean, other than to provide the provision of
No, it had to
service.
do with the utilities,
Provision of services, that's
right,
correct.
because they had their Chapter 180 districts, but
Yeah.
you could, if you're not there
Right.
to serve,
Yes.
then the other Chapter 180 can jump over. So
Yeah, no, I understand that,
so
but.
that was a huge part of it.
Yeah, but I mean, the consequences of that are very different than what, like if you do JPAs.
JPAs are like land use
Yeah.
planning. ISBAs are more, it's service
And you're
driven, and that's why they wanted to be able to annex, is if they,
To me, speaking with the managers I've talked to, they feel like the county is possibly encroaching in their ability to make the decisions on what they want to do in land planning.
JPA is customized, but it's a joint planning agreement, so like they wouldn't agree to do it if we didn't agree to do it. So
I don't disagree with that, but we have Groveland, which hasn't been finalized.
Groveland has been finalized.
yeah,
It has been finalized.
Yeah.
Well, the transportation section of it hasn't been done.
Well, I mean,
Okay?
we're
Well, that's the
working on
biggest issue, is the
Well, with
transportation.
some, but I mean, others, it's.
So, and I'm not faulting. What I'm doing is, there's got to be an approach that we're spending a tremendous amount of time and effort and staff time to get these done, and we don't have a lot of them done.
Well, the ISBA language, a lot of that could be in a JPA, that's the thing, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. That was what I was trying to say yesterday.
So
Plus
how
the
do we get all
JPA
these to the finish line?
JPA is an actual statutory tool that you can use to prevent urban sprawl, so that's why.
well, I think that, I mean, that Al offered to just blow it up, right?
Do what now?
He offered to let's just blow up the ISBA, and, I mean,
Yes.
we made monumental progress.
Right.
And it might feel slow, and we kind of feel like we're spinning our wheels, because it's like, okay, are we doing ISBAs or JPAs, but I think that there's a way to approach this now in light of the feedback that we received, and I think the feedback was that they were willing to look at our rural designated areas, and that they would potentially honor that land use designation and create a boundary around them.
Or an urban boundary, right?
Urban or rural boundary, whichever one you want to
Rural
call
I
it.
meant rural boundary, that's
Yeah,
correct,
I mean, just that, if we could accomplish
That
that.
would be huge.
And we could rely on our staff to present a much simplified version of which document would it be? Would it be a JPA or an ISBA?
You can call it whatever you like.
Exactly. You can call it whatever you
I
like.
prefer to call it a JPA, because that's in statute, but.
Well, so is an ISBA.
I
is in
know,
the
but I mean,
statute.
for the urban sprawl stuff, but anyway, we can get, I do agree with you, we have been.
Well, I think
yesterday
that the
was
way
pretty
to,
good.
move it forward now, because we really, we made this huge,
Exactly.
gain yesterday,
That
right?
was, I think it was a very positive event yesterday.
Yes, so what we need to do is actually present to them the concept.
Right.
Like, so that we actually have the concept that we present, and leave it to Melanie to figure out, to decide, do you leave the ones that are intact, that have a lot of meat in them, you leave those alone, but you do this countywide JPA, okay? And we all agree about these boundaries. And maybe that's like, for the Groveland one, that's an addendum on that Groveland one. Or is it one that we've all signed, all 14 cities in the county, we signed one document? But you
Then
gotta,
everybody has skin in the game.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, and
everybody
maybe
did.
we just use could you not have a joint planning agreement that just addresses the urban-rural boundary? And then,
It could be that simple, yeah.
yeah, and so that you're just addressing that, and then put the meat of the other things that each city is willing to do and agree to or not agree to. You address it city by city, but you do one that just addresses the rural boundary. And then in that, you could also say that the cities would consider the possibility of a TDR system, and that the county, we can still do a TDR system. But as long as they agree that they would be willing, if we presented a framework in the future, da-da-da-da, we at least have that kind of started.
Yep, exactly.
And then we've, like, actually made a huge amount of
Yes, yeah,
progress.
no, it's,
How about that? It's a good meeting.
yeah, it was.
Okay, all right, real quick, any more? Last week, I had the pleasure of reading to students at Sorrento Elementary School and at Seminole Springs. And at Seminole Springs, we also had a Liberty Tree ceremony that the Historical Society organized, and it was awesome. It was really great. And the principal out there, Terry Seuss, she did this amazing job, and we all read the same book to students that was based upon patriotism and 250 years of our, our country's founding. And so it was well done. They had music, the elementary students, they had a choir, they sang patriotic song.
So
Yeah,
you
it was,
prefer that over going to Tallahassee, come on.
it was just fun. It was all feel good. It was great. Yeah, I can't say that about going to Tallahassee. So, and then back to the issue of the legislation. I feel like we should make an official stand and send a letter to each of our delegation. And we hit all of the home rule, anything that's degrading home rule, and anything that's taking away land use rights or land use decision-making. And then we ask them to please keep a close eye for any bills that maybe die, but stuff gets pulled out of them and put into other bills. So we actually shift the burden to them, letting them know this is what we're worried about. And we ask them to have their staff keep an eye on it. We will be keeping an eye on it too, but we ask them to specifically do that.
I'm in favor of that idea.
Yeah, that sounds
All
good
right.
to me, definitely.
Are you guys in favor of it?
A letter writing campaign.
I mean, all it is just letting them know. It's not like just,
You document.
Public
Let them know
lobbying.
we
is
have
always
it's an
concerned.
official position
Yeah,
of our county
concerns over
commission that
local
we
rules.
don't want our local
Right.
decision-making ability taken away from us.
Yeah.
We're at a critical mass. I mean,
It's
I was
really
up in
crazy.
Tallahassee. I remember these bills would come down. I voted in favor of some, but these ones are so much bigger. Sean brought up the Blue Ribbons Project. They could literally go into a rural part of the state and just build, basically a county. I'm talking 50, 60,000 homes, no local.
Like a real city,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, straight up city. County, city or county, I mean, huge swaths. And, of course, they're disguising it as, it's about jobs, economic, this and that, but these are really, these bills never existed when I was there, so it's pretty big stuff, and I hope everybody takes a public stance. But I think there's maybe a consensus here, so I would totally be in favor of sending that letter as soon as possible, since we're on week 3. Week 4, technically.
Okay, and thank you for going up. Thank you, everybody that's had those one-on-one meetings, super important. Appreciate Jennifer making the trip. And again, as we said before, our hearts go out to our farmers. I'm really hopeful that the state will, the governor will declare a state of emergency so that they can get the assistance that they need to get through and to hopefully be able to replant.
Can we request staff to send a letter from the board on that one too, to the governor?
Yeah,
Special
I mean,
letters?
we could. We have a lot of
The
farmers.
they're farmers and,
You would think that they would.
they're
be-
all over it.
Yeah.
They're all over it right now.
It's hard to
Yes.
believe. Maybe they
Probably one
just,
extra-
Farm Bureau, everybody's over it.
I know that the
IFAS?
Ag Center, the
IFAS.
IFAS.
is working hard with them.
Okay, we'll just reinforce whatever IFAS is doing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and do you have
I do, and it's.
I don't know what to call these things. What are these things? They're-
National
What day is it?
What day is it? Well, everybody knows
day
it's
is it?
Tuesday.
Say,
Right.
what day is it? And then he'll
So today, and it's actually a little history lesson for some of our younger viewers. I hope we have younger viewers. Today is the day the music died. So,
That's very sad.
so that's today, and if people don't know, that's when Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Bopper and the pilot were killed in an airplane. The airplane's name was American Pie, and that's where the song Bye Bye American Pie drove my Chevy to the levee. Yeah, I would, but, you know, I would have too many requests in the future, and then we would just be overrun. We could not handle.
I know, we
This
need,
is your
do you
only
have one
calendar
to,
day.
do you have
Look.
one to offset that? Do you have like a happy day that we can like?
Today is National Carrot Cake Day.
All right, there you go. When you're playing the song, eat some carrot cake.
calories in carrot cake.
All right, we stand adjourned.
All right, yep, see you.